Hi, Crime Junkie Jurors. Sup, players? Good morning. Good morning. Hello. Hello. Hello, all my friends. Hello, all my jurors. Good morning. It's been a minute. We didn't get to hang out yesterday. Sup, playa? Sup, playa? We didn't get to hang out yesterday. I missed y'all. I missed you dearly. I was able to take that day and get a lot of work done, which is great. So that part was nice, but I just sat here all day and cried. I was like, where are my jurors? Also, I don't know if you checked it out yet, but we have a couple new videos on the channel. So normal people, when they have a day off, right? I've never been normal, but I ended up, first of all, I ended up doing, like, I finished the entire Buchanan podcast episode. So that is out. I released that yesterday afternoon or yesterday evening, whatever. I think I finished around 7 something, 8. I don't know. It all runs together. The video of Ashley and Brit reading the text messages, I laughed and watched it over. Super awkward, but also, let's just say there's, for some reason, we have to do trial 3. I say we all petition to have them go in and read them because that was so much better than Buchanan or Higgins reading them. So if for some reason they have to be read in court again, yeah, we're going to go for Ashley and Britt doing it instead. Was it flirty though? I think it was so cringy that it's like, I think it was like an attempt at being flirty. I just don't think it got there. Super awkward, super awkward, but you know. So bad. But yesterday, we did, okay, so I was kind of obsessing over I was doing the podcast episode over Buchanan, and I was going over some of the new information, like from the water or the videos, my ADD medication is not kicked in yet, and I cannot I cannot formulate words yet. The not waterfall video, the Canton PD video. I'm going to get there. I went back and was watching Higgins' testimony, and we put a video out, so make sure y'all check that out today, like during lunch or something. But okay, you know how we were sitting here watching it and we're like, okay, he went into his office and then came out like a minute and a half later, and then he disappeared for 6 minutes or whatever. That wasn't his office. So I went back and looked at his testimony from last year, and he describes, he's like, yeah, the dispatch area is a wooden door with 2 windows, and you know, I have to like walk right by that to get to my office. And Lally was like, okay, well, did you see anybody in there? And he's like, yeah, Good was in there, and I think I waved to him or something like that. And I was like, wait a minute. You said you think you waved to him, but you went in there for a minute and a half. That's more than waving. Normally, this kind of like little discrepancy isn't a huge deal. It's like, oh, I think I waved to him. Oh, I went in there and talked to him for a minute and a half. Whatever. Brandi needs a Webster today. Bring out a Webster dictionary. Normally it wouldn't be such a big deal, but it's like, this is such a crucial time frame. And already there's so many issues with like literally everything. So it really, you know, made me think like, what the heck is happening? And it's one of those things that wouldn't be a big deal normally, maybe, but um, but it's just it's so it's like, okay, if you that's a big differential. Like saying like, "Oh, I think I may have seen him and waved to him," and then going in there and talking to him for a minute and a half, and then going up to your office and then getting the key and then doing whatever you're doing in the parking lot for that long. It's just everything just seems so sketchy, you know? I just I don't it's just it's all sketchy. So, but y'all watch it and let me know what you think. It's um it's something. That video is it was something. We do have OnlyFan. Let me um let me give you OnlyFan. Let me give you OnlyFan. What is happening? What is happening? Um, oh, there we go. I'm just pressing buttons. Stop pressing buttons, Brandi. Oops. Stop pressing buttons, Brandi. I'll stop. Okay. Did anyone figure out why no court yesterday? I think Karen was sick, but this morning, walking into court, they asked, "Are you feeling better?" And she gave a thumbs up. So there's that. Quit pushing buttons, Brandi. I do it all the time. Do it all the time. I stay in trouble for pushing buttons. Have you seen the babies? And yeah, it's like the little AI babies acting like, oh, so cute. Like they could read, you know, like the little AI babies could read the text. That would be okay. Are they calling the kids today? I am not positive. I have heard that, but I've heard that they're going to be on there this morning. So if they are, they will not stream that. Unfortunately, we don't get to hear it either. You know, some courts will allow you to have like the audio of minors, but not the video. And some, you know, they do different things. But can y'all hear that? That their lawn guys are here and they're like right outside my office window. So I don't know if y'all can hear that. The kids are walking in the court. So yeah, I guess they are going to be definitely testifying this morning, it looks like. So if that's the case, good, you can't hear it. I have my my background noise thingy on to where you're not supposed to be able to hear stuff. Brandi, you talking about the steps matching Jen and John O'Keefe's phone was so good. You are better than the investigators. Thank you. Thank you. I put so much time into figuring that out. Like when I get on a rabbit hole, I get a little obsessive. And that was part of it. But also, it's just another one of those things that doesn't make sense. So I put it in the podcast episode for those of y'all who haven't listened. I kind of break it down in there, but that whole thing that when we were all watching together and I was like, wait a minute. And I started looking through everything. That is, I went down that rabbit hole when we finished and matched up a lot of stuff, and I put it all in the podcast. 13th Juror podcast. The episode I released yesterday, it's in that one. Episode, what was it, 52? Is that the one I did yesterday? They're all running together. 13th Juror Podcast, anywhere you get podcasts. It's also on my YouTube channel, Brandi Churchwell. But yeah, 52. Thank you. It all runs together. Who knew we would be 52 episodes in? Did the kids testify last trial? Yes. And we also did not get to hear it last time. So we basically have to kind of like rely on the reporters that are in there and, you know, kind of them recounting whatever questions are asked and answers are given and all of that. And for the record, for those of you who didn't watch the first trial with me, I am very anti kids testifying. I don't like it. Not a fan. They don't have anything that they can really offer as far as this case goes. I think he's wanting to bring them in to, like Lally said last time, he wants to bring them in to talk about how John and Karen fought sometimes and that there was an argument where he told her to leave and she didn't. And I get that they're wanting to have like that be the narrative. I get it. I understand it. But the problem with that is that having that argument, they're wanting it to look like, oh, he wanted to leave her and she just wouldn't leave him alone. The text messages from that day debunk that, because she's like, look, if you want to go, if you're over this, just let me know. And he's like, come spend the weekend with me. So, I mean, you can't really say like she wouldn't leave him alone. He wanted to, end it and she wouldn't, when the text messages from that day completely debunk that. So I think it's just unnecessary trauma, in my opinion. But what do I know? I'm just a podcaster. Just a podcaster. Thank you. Thank you. Especially when they aren't directly involved. And think about that for a second. Brennan wants these children who are not directly involved to come in and give information to the jury, but not the lead investigator. Let that sink in for a minute. Do you think the defense will question the kids? Did they last time? From what I remember, y'all correct me if I'm wrong, didn't Yannetti say something about, I'm sorry that you had to come up here and do this or something, and that was it? Correct me if I'm wrong. I think that's what I remember. I am not sure if Paul is testifying. He is on the list, but there are a lot of people on the list who are not going to be called. So they kind of just throw everybody on there who is a maybe possibility. So. Do you think this case or the Murat saga is more crazy? I don't know. They're both, I think like the case itself in this one is crazier. And also the people following it tend to be crazier. We all crazy. Thank you. Thank you. It's funny. I've had attorneys tell me that a lot since I've started doing this. I should be attorney. I'm like, that's like, I don't want to have to do like actual attorney work. I just want to like sit here and do it. They've been through so much already. I can't even imagine. Like, gosh, those kids have, they have experienced so much loss. I can't even. can't even imagine. Yeah, the niece called Jen McCabe when Karen woke up. So that part she could testify to, but I just think you can get that in through Jen's testimony. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of them coming in. I think they've been through so much. I don't like it. I don't like it. The kids will not be streamed. I'm the people's attorney. I like that. Do you have any past trials you covered you would recommend to check out? There's been some crazy ones that we've covered. The Travis Rudolph is one of my absolute favorites. Thomas Randolph. That one was a really good one. There's been a few of them that were really interesting. Imagine losing both your parents and your uncle and having to testify in court. I feel for them. I can't. I do too. I just, makes me so sad. Started watching you when you streamed the Travis trial. That was one of my favorites. Adelson, that one was a good one. I was in court for that one, for most of that one. Yeah, the kids have been seen at the courthouse. They are expected to testify this morning. So, Tisha. See, that one I didn't live stream. I did the recaps on that one, and then I have the podcast episodes on that one. Podcast episodes on that one are really good, if I do say so myself. I went back and redid them this year with all the information. I am not positive yet. Because it's going to depend on timing. So
Now open, you may be seated.
All right, so Mr. Clerk, you say counsel wants to see me?
They did, Your Honor.
Okay, why don't I see counsel at sidebar? Jim.
Hear ye, hear ye. And we always start with a sidebar. Dang, I forgot my water. Chat Daddy already left for work, and normally he does everything for me. So he brings my water. He brought me some avocado toast earlier, so I can't really complain. But then an energy drink, and then I forgot my water. He leaves to go work, and I just fall apart. Yes, they finished with your, like, after 84 years, Yuri is off the stand. I wish I could have, look, could you imagine, like, every time somebody's talking to you and you don't want to hear it and you're like, I need a sidebar. And then you just walk away. We should start doing that. Let's normalize that. Oh, the one where the young boy was locked in the box in the garage, the boy in the box trial. I have to look it up. I can't remember the name. Ferreter, Tracy and Tim Ferreter. We watched the Tim Ferreter trial. Tracy ended up taking a plea deal, I think. The amount of people that are so rude about Karen being sick, saying she wasn't. Like, people pick the weirdest things to get all bent out of shape over. Like, oh, I bet she wasn't sick. Yeah, she was like, just needed a spa day. Like, what? People pick the weirdest things. Like I'm pretty laid back. It takes a lot to get me angry, other than when Brennan talks, like that's just instant. But other than that, I'm pretty laid back and it takes a lot to like make me angry. So when I see like the weird things that people like lose their crap over, I'm like, it's not that serious. Like, why are we? And anybody who's ever had like real health problems, I'll say this, health is something that you really take for granted until you've lost it. Because when you have like actual health problems, there are a ton of sick days, but you like where I think normal people who have health, like it's like the normal people, the kind of stuff that they would call in for is like the kind of stuff that you're always dealing with. So I don't get it. So weird. I didn't appreciate my health until I got really sick. Yeah, same. It's one of those things like you just I remember I was like 2 years in and I was probably on like my 20th surgery-ish, like in the 15, 20 area. And I remember like just thinking like, dang, like I would just give anything to like wake up and be like, man, I feel good today. That's the kind of stuff you take for granted. You should cover the Diddy trial. I know it's going on. The thing is like it's kind of hard to cover it because it's with it being federal, you can't really see what's happening. You just have to follow with all the people that are in there, but they should have done this in an auditorium style courtroom. Could you imagine? The hyperbaric chamber treatments were brutal. Yeah, um I've had to do that twice. Um and that was yeah, I'm glad it's over. But whatever whatever that last little round of everything was, it worked because I've been healthy and good since then and my scans have been clear, so I am blessed. Thank you, thank you, thank you. New name, who dis? Breezy, sup playa. Sup playa. I'm not positive yet. I need to wait until we get a little bit closer to the end of this because I have to be able to figure out the timing to figure out what's going to work with scheduling. How do you feel about the Menendez brothers resentencing? Yeah, I saw that. They're going to be able to be eligible for parole now. So yeah, I mean, I think with all the stuff coming out about the abuse they suffer, and look, I'm gonna be clear about it. Like, I don't know factual details enough on it to be able to like have a full opinion, but I think if all this stuff about abuse and all that was true, and then I can understand it. Not understand. No, let me rephrase because that's going to get clipped. I'm saying I'm not that I'm like, oh yeah, I can understand them killing their parents. I'm saying I can understand the resentencing. There's a guy on TikTok claiming that the new videos show that it was Brian Albert, not Brian Higgins. I have seen this. I have had a bunch of people send this to me, but I it's Higgins. I think it's Higgins. Yeah, we put up a video to let everybody know that court was canceled because she was sick. But yeah, it was kind of like last minute. They canceled once the prosecutors got there. They told them because I guess Karen Reed wasn't feeling well. Yeah, I remember the Menendez brothers claiming it was due to abuse back during the trial. And then when they did the first trial, they were allowed to talk about it, right? But then didn't they have to do a second trial and they couldn't say it? Laura Veller, didn't Higgins admit it was part of him in the first trial? Yeah, he described going there and stuff.
All rise for the court, please.
It looks like maybe they're bringing in jurors now. Let's see. Let's see what we can figure out. Oh, Zoom feed of defense table. Let me see. Let me get hooked up to it. No updates from inside yet. But I'm thoroughly stalking. Becky Hill from Alex Murdaugh case was arrested today. Oh my goodness. What? I'm getting logged into our Zoom. Oops. Why is that doing like that? There. That is not. There we go. So weird. I do all these things and then everything gets all wonky when I'm not here for a day. I don't know what is going on other than just, I guess, short recess, but I don't know if the kids are going to be testifying after that. If they are, we're not going to get to hear anything anyway. But all I know is 5-minute recess. So look, we've been here for 31 minutes so far, and there's been absolutely nothing that's happened other than us being able to catch up and chat. So at least there's that. Becky Hill is being charged with perjury. Oh, what? Oh my goodness. That's crazy. But I mean, yeah, that's. Lynn Guff, the sole on the shoe was definitely black. Yeah, I've seen this a lot too. The more Shoegate. And I get it. It does. You can see in the picture from where it's sitting in the snow. It does, but I do think it's a shadow because they didn't do a very good job taking pictures. Make sure to show the channel some love and hit that like button. You don't have to like it. Just acknowledge it with a thumbs up. Per Buchanan. Can you remind me who Becky Hill is? She is the court clerk for the Alex Murdaugh trial. I saw a video yesterday where someone said both shoes were in the snow. One of the shoes was collected at the hospital. Could Brian Albert and Brian Higgins both been at the PD that night? At this point, anything could be true, and it just wouldn't even surprise me anymore. Wouldn't even surprise me anymore. So Ted Daniel just posted that they can't post live during the kids' testimony, but they can take notes. So we will get pretty much nothing until it's all over. Let's see. Yeah, they can't broadcast their testimony, which we already talked about, or post about it on social media during the testimony. We will not be sharing their names or other personal information. Most press members will be taking notes on their phones or paper. So We won't have any information about how it's going or what's going on or what's being said until after it's done. Does anyone know if Karen still has a relationship with those kids at all? She does not. You know, they had an order on her. I think it was like the very next day where she couldn't contact them. So, like any of the family. Has AJ brought up the different spelling of Jim McCabe's search? The 227 is different than the first one at 623. Yeah, there's they talked about that in the last trial. It has been talked about, and I think Jim McCabe said that she was shaking, so she was having trouble doing it, and she said she doesn't think that one even went through, and she typed it again. And I think that the defense was saying she didn't type it in right that time, so she had to redo it or to make it the same as the 227. So they did address that in the last trial. So for us, it will be a half day in a sense. Yes. Did we ever find out why court was canceled yesterday? Yes, Karen was sick. Look at our Zoom view today. We got Judge Cannoni. I heard the duffel bag that Higgins took out of the car was a portable stretcher. Anyone hear that? I did not hear that. But keep in mind, he had just gotten back from New York City. So the duffel bag could very well be whatever he had from there.
All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, before the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
Good morning again, counsel. Good morning again, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. So a couple of things. We appreciate your patience this morning. Remember, I told you the other day that we're trying to cut back on sidebar conferences. So we took some time now to address issues that we would have otherwise had to do that way. So we do appreciate your patience. And also, I really appreciate your patience about and understanding about yesterday. Sometimes during trials, things come up that are completely unavoidable.
She doesn't use the mic.
And I tried to cancel you as soon as we could so you wouldn't even have to come to court. So I appreciate that. I do have to ask you those questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we were last here? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation on this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here the other day? Everyone said no or shook their head. All right, can we have our next witness, please?
All right, may I?
Yes.
The Commonwealth seeks to introduce two clips.
Okay.
The first clip the Commonwealth would seek to introduce and show the jury is clip 20.
There's any window here that you guys have really been going at it. This was sort of had like a last date element to it. Was that going on?
That was not going on. John made it clear to me, that was not going on. John made it clear to me, I'm never breaking up with you. You know, not never that we're in this good or bad, but you're the best I've ever,
The Commonwealth would ask to show clip 19.
I don't think, I don't see how John would have known about my text with Brian. And I'm not sure if he knew he would have reacted very strongly. I think we would have broken up, but I don't think John would have lost it and caused a fight. I didn't feel like John's emotions with me got really strong.
Thank you.
All right, so Miss McLaughlin is doing the questioning of the kids, which is, we've never seen her question anybody. So, and we still won't because we won't see this, but that's interesting. So I'm assuming if they're doing the niece first, then they'll do the nephew after that. So it may be a while before we get any kind of anything. Do they cross on the kids? Last year, I think, if I remember right, all they did was say, I think Yannetti said something about, I'm sorry, you know, they're making you come up here, something of that nature, or sorry about something. And then that was kind of it. So it wasn't like an actual cross. Last year, their testimonies didn't take long. Yeah, it wasn't too bad last year. Let me see what day it was that they testified last year. It was day 18 last year. Yeah, I mean, they got them both in last year within let's see, they started them an hour into the day and finished them in more than an hour before lunch. So it wasn't long last year. The defense can doesn't mean they will. Yeah, they cross them? Yes. They are able to cross-examine any witness that's called, but will they? Probably not. Let me go grab my water, because now that we're not listening to anything, that means I'm going to have to be sitting here yapping for a while, and my throat's already dry because I recorded all day yesterday. So let me grab my water and I will be right back. Okay. And we're back. Here, I'm going to give you. See, look, all this is getting. There we go. Now you got Zoo Crew camera too. All right, let me pull up my notes from last year and we can see. Let's see what was asked. Let me see if I can find the yeah, they're lazy. Sweet lazy babies. All right, let me see if I can find when Higgins. Okay, so these are my notes from the reporters last year. It says John's niece and nephew, who are both still minors. This is from the podcast episode. So I got notes from the reporters who were in there. So this is what I put in the podcast episode. I figured that's easiest place for me to find all my notes on this. So this is what I have from last year. Because streaming wasn't allowed for them, I can only give summaries of what was said based on the reporters' notes that were in the courtroom. Reporters were not allowed to give live updates, no recording, no streaming, no live tweeting. Everything was done through taking notes and then reporting on what happened and what was said after the interviews were over. So same as this year. They were also asked not to use the niece and nephew's name in their reporting, same as this year. Children weren't on the stand too long, less than 2 hours total, and they were asked some of the same questions about John and Karen's relationship, what they witnessed, and of course, John's niece was asked about the morning of January 29th. So these are the notes from John's nephew. Lally first called to the stand John's nephew. His nephew testified that the relationship between John and Karen was sometimes rough. They had disagreements and arguments with yelling that became more frequent closer to John's death. He was asked about how Karen was with them, and he said she was nice sometimes, most of the time. And the times that she was upset, it usually resulted in them just kind of being ignored or her not looking at them. He testified that Karen and John argued in Aruba and said that on the morning of January 23rd, Karen came over and looked sad. She was crying. This is what Yannetti said last year. Okay, so Yannetti went up and he was very soft-spoken and he asked if he knew the phrase raise a hand in anger. And he asked if John or Karen ever had, and he said no. And then he said, I'm sorry that you were made to come here today, nothing further. And then Judge Kennedy struck that comment from the record. So that was the nephew. Then we have the niece. She said there were good days and bad days with the couple. She said on the bad days, Reed would ignore the children. She also described problems in O'Keefe and Reed's relationship. She said it was good in the beginning, but it was bad at the end. There was a lot of arguing and fighting, and fights between the couple were more frequent closer to John's death. Sometime in January 2022, O'Keefe was asking her to leave my house. He said the relationship had run its course, that it used to be fun and now it's not. But the niece said Karen would not leave. She called Jen McCabe, a previous witness in the case, and put Reed on speakerphone. McCabe later would go out with Reed and Carrie Roberts to search for O'Keefe, of course. O'Keefe's niece said that she heard Reed on the phone saying, maybe I did something, maybe a snowplow hit him. She said they were in an argument. Karen's story later changed as she called more people. She was frantic. First, she mentioned that there was a fight and she wondered if she had hit O'Keefe. Then in another phone call, no fight was mentioned, but she said maybe a plow had hit him. I had never seen her like that, frantic, pacing around. Unetti's cross again was brief, asking pretty much same questions that he asked the girl's brother. And then outside of the courthouse, Unetti said it was, he criticized the prosecution's decision to call the niece and nephew and said it was desperate and inappropriate for the DA's office to call the children to try to prove a non-existent motive that they failed to prove through their adult witnesses. So that is the notes I have from last year. That's all I can offer you right now, what they had last year. Hello, tuning in late. What's going on? The niece and nephew are currently being questioned. So we can't get any updates on anything that they're saying until it's done, because there's no kind of live streaming or tweeting or updates or anything until they're actually off the stand. Hi, Ashley Flowers. Hello. Yes, nephew was out that night. He was at a sleepover. So it was just the niece that was at home that night. Ashley Flowers loved the text reading. Yeah, we were talking about that this morning. We said if there's going to be, for some reason, let's not speak it into existence, but if there's going to be a third trial, we're going to petition to have you and Brett read the text for the court instead of Higgins or Buchanan. Am I muted? If I've been muted that whole, it doesn't say I'm muted. I was about to say, if I've been muted that whole time I was reading all of those notes. Can the defense not call witnesses? If so, why aren't they calling Proctor? So the defense can call witnesses, but the prosecution puts their case on first, and then once they rest, then the defense has a chance to put on their case, and then once they rest, the prosecution can do a rebuttal that can basically only address things that were brought up in the defense's case in chief. And then once they're done with the rebuttal, then that's it. Then they do closing arguments, jury instructions, and then they deliberate. Do we know how long the trial is supposed to last? They said 6 to 8. No, they said 8 weeks, or they said 6 to 8 weeks. I think they said 6 to 8 weeks. Last time it was around, well, the closings, so not including the deliberations, the closings were on day 31. 31. Debbie Long, hello. How are you feeling? I'm glad you are home from the hospital. How are you? if there is a third trial, would the 17-year-old who will presumably be over 18, would they still not show her testimony? It basically is up to the judge. Most of the time, if they are under 18, it's a no-go. Like when I covered the Laurie Shaver trial, they had her daughter was they were able to do the audio, but they kept the camera focused on Laurie, so they wouldn't show her daughter's face, but we're allowed to have audio. So on this one, we can't have anything or live tweeting. So it's just, it just all depends. But normally, if once they're of age, then yeah, their stuff is shown. There are cases though, where even, you know, adult witnesses or whatever don't want to be shown on camera, and judges will accommodate that. So it just kind of depends. I'm heading out to Boston tomorrow for my daughter's graduation this weekend. Is it weird that I'm trying to convince my boyfriend to take a drive through Canton on the way there? You wouldn't be the first one. I hope the kids don't change their testimony so much that the defense doesn't have to cross. I worry because they've been with people who hate Karen. It might influence them. I think influenced testimony in children is always definitely a possibility. It's one of the reasons I'm not a huge fan of children testifying. One of the many reasons. I unfortunately think that the niece is going to say that Karen had access to the Ring login information. You know, that was in one of the reports that she said that, but when I believe when they asked her that last time, I think she said no or whatever, but either way, the subpoena that they sent Ring is, it included like the videos, the login information, all of that stuff. So, and there was no evidence of her actually logging in and checking anything, doing anything. I'm gonna have to try to get a stream link so we have the chat we had last night in real life. Yes, I can send you one. Let me see. We were texting. Ashley and I were texting last night, like, oh my gosh, did you see the video? Yeah, I saw the video. Did you hear that people are saying it's Albert? Yeah, I heard it. What do you think about this? What do you think about that? We had this whole conversation about everything Brian Albert and Brian Higgins. My husband looked over, he's like, what are you doing? I was like, I'm talking Higgins. I'm talking Higgins. Hold on, I have to do something here. Okay, sorry, getting stuff ready.
It worked.
Hi.
Hi. This is interesting. I've never seen the back end of this.
Oh yeah, it's exciting, right? All the buttons. I get in trouble all the time for pressing too many buttons.
Sorry, I had the YouTube up still.
Oh,
And
so you can hear.
Gotcha. Okay, so the question I asked you last night is kind of what you already teed up, is
Yeah.
they showed the footage last night, and then all of a sudden my TikTok was like blowing up with everyone
Mhm.
saying, that is not Higgins. Like, look at the notes. Specifically, they say they see facial hair. I can't see anything in that,
Yeah.
but they're like, Higgins doesn't have facial hair. Brian Albert has facial hair. This is
Yeah.
Brian Albert posing as Brian Higgins.
Yeah.
But I know you don't think it is. You think it's Higgins, right?
I do think it's Higgins. Yeah.
Why?
I have seen that, and it's one of those things where I have to try to pick and choose my rabbit holes that I go down. But so I can understand why they're saying that. And I do see like when they do the close up, it looks, his face does look a little, I can see how that looks like facial hair. But I think it's Higgins. And then I went back yesterday and I had actually watched his testimony from the first trial, and he gives kind of even though what he said is not exactly what he really did when he was there. If it were Brian Albert, I think he wouldn't have been able to testify kind of what he did and where he parked and how he did it. So I don't know. I think
These people aren't talking. Well,
I know.
So why if it was him? Like, there's no like, what would he do there?
I don't know. But see, my thing is, he said that he just walked past the dispatch room where Sergeant Good was. And he's like, yeah, I think I just, I walked by and I waved, but he didn't. He went in there. So he was in there for a minute and a half. So my thing is, that has me questioning, like, okay, well, if you were in there for a minute and a half, it takes, like, when you wave, it's like that.
Yeah.
Talking for a minute and a half is a lot different. So it makes me wonder, like, okay, let's say this is, a cover up. So could he be in there saying, like, look, if a call comes in, let me know? Because also, I think if I remember right, there was like some kind of discrepancy in the timeline where he said that he was at Fairview Morning the next morning, like to kind of be there with everybody in comfort or whatever. But then the time that he was there, I think is when he said that the call was coming through or something that he found out. So I have to pull it up. There was some kind of discrepancy in his timeline, but there were a few discrepancies about different things that he was doing. And so then when I found his testimony from last year and I was comparing it to the video, I was like, there's more. So it's just, and he said when he was leaving Fairview that he has that plow on his Jeep. And he said when he was leaving Fairview, he's like, yeah, it was like scraping on something. So I had to like lift it a few feet off the ground before I could go. And then everybody at the house has including him, have a different story on where he was parked. The whole thing is just too many loose ends. Everything's suspicious.
Sorry, I think my internet's garbage.
Yeah, you froze for a second.
Have they ever talked to the person who was working dispatch, like when he went in that room?
Sergeant Good did testify last year. Let me pull up my notes and see if he said anything. I don't remember him saying anything other than like maybe, yeah, he, came through or whatever. Let's see. He testified on day 5. Let me see if I have anything in my notes about that.
Okay.
But nothing, that's the thing though, nothing with his testimony makes sense. And that's frustrating because I like to have all the pieces put together.
Yeah. Well, nothing fits together in this case.
Nothing. Absolutely.
What's the missing 6 minutes? Like,
so when he walks out of dispatch and then he goes off like in the direction that he was originally walking, there's a 6-minute time frame where there's no video. So maybe it's motion activated. So there's no motion, so it's not recording, but that means so in that case, it means he was upstairs in his office for those 6 minutes. Because the way that he described the layout, he said at the end of the hallway, there's like a staircase and he has to go up those stairs to get to his office. So I'm assuming that would be what that is. But then the weirdest thing is like him going back down and going.
I'm going to jump off and jump back on. My internet is so bad. Hang on. I'm coming back.
Okay. I'm going to pull up notes. The weirdest thing to me is still going back and forth. Okay, I found Good's Oh yeah, he did mention him. Let's see. Is that better?
Yeah.
I think we're better.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
I was on, we have 2 Wi-Fis at the office and I was on the wrong one.
Oh, gotcha.
Leave it to me.
They
So
say,
why is everyone saying that what he got from the car was a Faraday bag?
I don't know because I've seen so many things about what it was and what he got. So I don't think. Well, the thing is everybody has like their theories about about John O'Keefe's phone. So some of the theories I've seen are that he got a Faraday bag so that they could put John O'Keefe's phone in a Faraday bag. There was that time frame where it wasn't really receiving or doing any kind of recording any kind of steps or movement or anything like that for a while, but it was still receiving notifications. So it wasn't in a Faraday bag.
Faraday bag then.
But the steps have been always like something that kind of bothered me. And okay, so I just pulled up Good's testimony from last year too. And he says that him and Brian Higgins are like, he said he knows him very well, both professionally and socially. So like they're buddies. He said he had no conversation with him. He can't remember if he actually saw him there or just saw him on the monitors. But he said that they had no conversation. So if they had no conversation,
Then who do you talk to?
then who do you talk to? Why do you go in there? Why did he go in dispatch area for a minute and a half? He says he was working dispatch that night. Higgins came in around 1:30. Can't remember if he saw him or just saw him on the monitors. Didn't know why he was showing up. It was the first time seeing him that day. Didn't know where he was coming from. And he was like, no, it's not weird for him to come at that time. But I mean, at 1:30 in the morning when it's snowing and you've been out drinking all day.
Is the phone that they got records for Higgins or his own extraction, was that his personal phone? Because I've also seen people be like, oh, well, because he was FBI, he has to keep his work phone in a secured location. I don't know how true that is. But then people were theorizing, oh, did he go pick up his work phone so he would have a different phone to communicate on?
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely possible. I have spiraled out of control over figuring out what he was doing in that parking lot. And you can see him on his phone. The butt dial thing was his personal line. So I do wonder like if he could have gotten his work phone. But see, also that there's the 2 trucks that he gets in and out of, and then there's that one car that he moves.
Yeah.
So I think that the one beside him that he parked the Jeep beside is a Dodge Ram, I think. And that's the one that is the like work truck or whatever that they issue him. So I think that that's the one, because that's the one he drove to New York. The one that he keeps going to in like the front and the back seat, and like he stands kind of towards the back for a while and can't really see what he's doing. That one I think is his personal truck. That's kind of my.
Are they gonna? Do you think the defense will call? And I don't know. It doesn't seem like the prosecution's gonna call him because they're having everyone else like read his texts and stuff. Do you think the defense will call him? Because I mean, you lied twice now, right? Like you went to do administrative work. JK, you went to move cars. JK, we now know that you didn't move cars.
Yeah. I don't know. And if I were them, I don't know that I would, because it's like, if you bring him up there, it kind of gives him a chance to explain. Right now, he looks to the jury super, super shady, because between the text and then, the video at Waterfall where he's like doing like this, and it looks like, I think it's Chris Albert, maybe like in front of him, where it kind of looks like he's holding him back. And then, and then all that stuff back and forth at Canton PD right after. And then they're going to hear about the butt dials. So I think like right now he's such a shady character for the jury. I think that if it were me, I don't think I would call him because I wouldn't want to give him a chance to try to explain that away.
Interesting.
But
I can
I'm
see-
not an attorney. I just talk about attorneys on.
I just play one on YouTube.
Exactly.
How long do you think the kids, so obviously that's why it's not streaming now, the kids are testifying. How long is that
Mhm.
supposed to last?
Last year it was about 2 hours. So
Okay.
they didn't keep them up there super long. So I've still got OnlyFan playing on one of my monitors so that we can like
I love that you guys call
watch
it that.
it. Yeah, we're the somebody called it our fan club. We're the only fan club. So we're
Love.
just sitting here watching our OnlyFan all the time.
Did you hear anything for sure about why it got canceled yesterday?
Karen was sick.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So which is funny because I mean, it's not funny that she was sick, but it's funny that it's something so simple because as soon as we were like, like, oh, it's canceled and the prosecutors were there and, they looked like
Okay.
concerned or annoyed or whatever that, everything was being
Oh, yeah.
canceled. And so then like I even posted on Twitter, I was like, cue the wild speculation and
Yep.
rumors. And like, it was, everybody had their different stuff. So it was interesting.
Not quite as salacious as we all expected.
No, but such
Do
as
we have
life.
any idea how many more witnesses the prosecution is going to call?
I hear that they're getting pretty close to being done. I know that they still have the aperture guys, like the crash reconstruction dudes that they're calling,
Okay.
the medical examiner. I don't know who else. Well, now they're saying, so they filed motions the other day, the day before yesterday, saying that they wanted to now bring in this whole Aruba nonsense, which to me is just, the Sullivan sisters in Aruba for New Year's Eve testified that Karen thought that John was totally trashed, had been drinking, all day and was like hanging on the younger Sullivan sister. And Karen walked in and was like, what the F do you think you're doing? And she was mad. And so the sisters were like, yeah, they were, fighting and she got mad and she cussed at me. And then I went in there and told everybody like, she sucks. And so it's like an isolated argument from a month earlier. So to me, it doesn't really contribute.
So weird.
Anything. It's just gossipy, but he wants to bring that in now. So.
Because he's like getting desperate.
Yeah, I think so too. I think that he has tried to keep so many of the main witnesses out of this because he doesn't want to open them up to cross-examination. So he's trying to tell the story the way he wants to tell it with just the witnesses that he has to call and these video clips. And I mean, you think about it, we're in day 15 and the jury still has not heard any kind of explanation about how John O'Keefe was hit according to their theory and how those injuries line up.
Oh shit.
They haven't heard anything about that.
It's so hard to like put myself like actually like in their box. Like we've all been living this for years.
Yeah.
So what do they think happened?
I don't know. And that's one of the things that makes me wonder too. And, I follow I completely creep on and stalk all of the reporters who are in there and like try to get all the juror reactions. And we talk about it here.
I know. I love it when you're like, this one's laughing.
Yeah. Yeah. They said that there was a lot of them that were like openly laughing during the stuff with Buchanan, and not even just the text. Cause like, look, we were all openly laughing during that, either laughing or hiding our faces. But during some of the stuff about how bad the investigation was and how, how many issues there were jurors that were actually openly like laughing and rolling their eyes and stuff. And to me, that says a lot because it's like, the defense, even though they haven't called the main dude, they haven't called Proctor. Even with that, I think the defense has still done a great job at showing, what a mess all of this was. And, I would love to be able to kind of put myself in the jurors' minds and figure out what they think, because they still haven't heard anything about the injuries lining up. So
I don't know, man. They got to be like, why are we like, I kind of would just be like, if I were them, like, why are we here? Like, what did you guys do leading up to this that made you think you could come to trial?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. he's focused everything on, you know, her drinking, and they, you know, got into the argument. And so he's kind of focusing everything on that. And I think that he's really wanting to try to put as much in front of them as he can to make the jurors dislike Karen, because it's easier to convict somebody that you don't like. So I think that he's trying to pull the emotion stuff.
Did he put forward a theory of like what it was they were fighting about?
He's
'Cause to
gone
me,
back and
like,
forth.
when I look at the messages and stuff, it feels like she thinks he's with someone else, which makes it feel like he got out of the car.
Yeah.
But if that's not it, like, what do they say they were fighting about? Surely
Bella's
not
mom.
donuts in the morning.
Bella's mom's house is the theory that that they have given. So when they were on the phone with Jen McCabe on the way to 34 Fairview, Jen McCabe used Bella's mom's house as like a landmark. Like, yeah, you go past Bella's mom's house and whatever. And John had dated her like years before. And so they're saying that sent her into a jealous rage. And that's why they fought. And that's why she backed her car into him and Bella's mom is, to me, that is like, that's a very weak motive. I think using that as a landmark and then her having this huge freak out over it, to me, that's kind of a stretch, but yeah. And Bella, thank you, Sinbad. Bella's mom's name is Ashley, but they keep referring to her as Bella's mom.
Bella's mom. I'm just Josie's mom now. Once you have the kid, like, what? Who are you? No one knows.
Yeah.
Is there anything I've seen a lot, like, and I didn't really understand a lot of controversy around the tennis shoes, because I know, like, right. So in this time around, did they pull out the wrong shoes, or the shoes were labeled wrong, or are they the shoes at all? Because I've heard the soles are different colors. What is real? What is TikTok?
So I don't think that the shoes are the same, in my opinion. I think that if they were different shoes, the defense would already be like jumping all over that. There is a picture though, when the shoe is in the snow, where the way that the shadow is, it makes the sole of the shoe look black. But so a lot of people are like, that's not the same shoe. Now, when they hold them up in court, they look like brand new and clean. And I'm not sure how that happened. Yeah. But then Shoegate. So when Buchanan pulled out, well, first of all, Trooper Connor Keefe came on whatever day it was, right before Buchanan. And he holds up the shoe and he's like, yeah, this is the left shoe. This is the one we got from the search that we did at 34 Fairview. So then Buchanan's there the next day and he's like, yeah, I went and gathered the clothes and a shoe from the hospital where John O'Keefe was. He was at Good Samaritan. So he's pulling out the evidence bag and he holds up the shoe and he's got the right shoe. Trooper Connor Keefe had the left shoe. So he holds it up and Brendan's like, so that one's from, you collected that at Good Samaritan Hospital. And he reads the bag and he's like, no, this was collected from 34 Fairview. And we're like, wait a minute. The one yesterday was supposed to have been collected. Like the left shoe was supposed to be from 34 Fairview. So I guess they had the evidence bags marked wrong, but how much faith does that give the jury in your ability to preserve evidence and have it?
Maybe if it was in a Solo cup or a Save-A-Lot bag, they could have kept it straight.
That would have been the preferred method of how to handle everything. I can't. This case gets weirder and weirder every day.
How do you read all the comments while you're doing this? This is like an art.
It is. I miss a lot of them. I do try. I get behind sometimes too. And then I'll realize that like people are answering a question that I asked like 12 minutes ago and I'm way behind on chat, but.
Wait, if you guys have a question, put it in now. I can't scroll back. I mean, I can. I don't have time.
If you have a question too, like if y'all put like the big red question mark, it helps me to see them because otherwise I can't see them as easy.
Pro tip.
Yes. The crash is not reconstructible because the evidence taillight was not cross-located. So the crash reconstruction thing is something I'm very interested to see. For those of y'all who didn't watch the first trial, the crash reconstruction expert from the prosecution was Trooper Paul, and it was so bad. It was so bad. Nothing that he was saying. First of all, you could tell he was not confident in anything he was saying, but also none of it made sense. And then came the whole pirouette thing. It was a disaster. If you ever want to go back and watch just one part of the trial from last year, the cross-examination of Trooper Paul is one of the, it was wild.
Oh, lots of question marks.
Were the shoes clean in the last trial? You know, I don't remember. I would have to go back and look. I really don't remember.
Brandi, I saw that his pants were different, like ripped now. Is that true?
Yeah. So there was, when they held up the pants, and I went back and looked at that too, thinking like, I didn't see that ripped before. And there are like stains on the back from the last trial, but when he's holding them up, that pocket is not hanging down like it was this time. So I don't know what happened there. I know that they said that they took some different cuttings of the clothing to have, testing done. So maybe that's part of it, but I did not see that last time at all. And I even went back and double-checked.
Deceased. I posted it on Instagram. I reposted it when they're like, do you think that's normal when you drag someone? He's like, I've never dragged anyone. He's like, well, you never murdered anyone, but you're a homicide investigator. And I was like, oh.
Yes, I like this, that there are so many like little one-liners like that, and like little, snippy comebacks and stuff. And did you see the cross-examination that Alessi did when he came out, and it was Jessica Hyde, and I think, and he was so firm, and we were like, oh my gosh, like we all felt like it was like the cool uncle who we all love, like the cool nerdy uncle. It's all of a sudden like mad at us and yelling, and we were all like,
I was there for that. It was uncomfortable.
It was so uncomfortable. It's like, it felt like we're in the middle of like watching two people argue, and we're not supposed to be there. We're not supposed to be here.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, it was so uncomfortable. Let's see. Ashley and Britt, will we be covering Rex Heuermann? Oh, the Long Island serial killer.
Oh, yeah. So I'm trying to figure out, we wanted to try this with Brandi because I was a fan of 13th Juror, and I'm hoping that we can keep Crime Junkie Jury going. So actually the team's talking about like what would be next. I think like we've got some big trials coming up, like Idaho 4, Rex Heuermann, I think are going to be big ones. I don't even think Rex Heuermann has a date yet. Like fully.
Not that I know of, because he just got charged with 2 more. Like they just are connected 2 more to him. So that one's going to be crazy.
It's going to be really wild.
Yeah. A lot of people have been asking for Koberger, and I know like a lot of it's kind of going to depend on timing.
Someone asked me to move so they could see the background. Is it possible for the other person to move? I can get off too if you guys want.
My question has been, where are John's socks? They were in the emergency room, but aren't in evidence. So what happened to them? In my opinion, they had dog fur all over them, so they got thrown away. The socks have been rehomed to Vermont with Chloe or something. I don't know. We have not seen the socks, and they have not been in evidence since they were in the hospital pictures. I have not seen them or heard from them since. So I don't know. That has been one of my questions as well. Didn't Karen text with Higgins that she didn't care if John was cheating on her? Why would she get into a jealous rage? Exactly. I think that they had, because they were kind of going back and forth so much, I think that they were both kind of like checking in and out and, doing their own thing at some points too. I feel this whole thing is bigger than jealousy. Could it be something that they were all in something legally? I've heard a lot of theories about why all of the butt dials and the rehoming of the phones and all of that, like maybe they were all into something different or something like it's like their own little side thing, and they had stuff that like their own kind of dirt they needed to cover up. And that's why they got rid of their phones. But we'll never know because they got rid of their phones.
Oh, I gotta go. They're telling me I have to record an episode.
Oh no.
I'll see you guys. Have fun watching The Fan.
Yeah. Thanks for popping in. What do you think of Chloe being renamed and the vet records not saying Chloe? That didn't make sense to me. That did not make sense to me either. And also, who renames a dog after 7 years? That makes me sad. Bye. Is John's baseball cap evidence? Yes, they do have that in evidence. Who was that? I've been driving and lurking all morning. That was Ashley Flowers. In my opinion, Cora is not Chloe. Here's the thing with that. I put this in the podcast episode yesterday too. Here's the thing with that. He's like, oh yeah, I verified it was Chloe. Okay, how? By vet records. Oh, okay. How? Those vet records didn't have the Albert's name. He didn't get them from the Alberts either. They didn't have the Albert's name. They didn't have the new owner's name. They didn't have the dog's name. Like, how do you verify those with records that don't have anybody's name on them? I don't know. Did you see the video zoomed in of Brian's hand? It was red and swollen. I did see that. When he's coming out of the dispatch room, it does. It looks like his hand is red and swollen. I did see that. Brandi, how did they get the phone out of the house without recording steps or changing locations? I have no clue. I have no answer for any of that. The steps wouldn't be hard because, like, okay, let's say the defense's theory is the dragging thing. That wouldn't be hard because if he's being drugged, it would be, potentially not recording steps. So, I mean, there's things like that, but I have to have the defense give their version on it. He asked, "Are you the goodest girl?" And she said, "Mostly." Bam, Chloe. There you go. Maybe the dog is microchipped. I think if she were microchipped, there's paperwork on that. So they would have to have that paperwork. And he said that he didn't get, like, they didn't get any paperwork from the Alberts. So I don't know. If you turn the phone off, would it track that? If you turn it off or put it in airplane mode, no, it will not track that. The Faraday bag would still track steps if it's not in airplane mode, yes. This case gives me a headache. Just lock everybody up. Everybody. All of them. In my opinion, they put Chloe down and Cora as an imposter. Imposter dog. Did they test John's clothing for DNA? They did. And he had, let me pull up my sheet from last year. I can give you stuff on that. Because remember that there were like 5 male DNA profiles on his shoes. He had more on his, not more than that. I'm saying he also had multiples on his clothes. Let me look at my notes. My handy dandy spreadsheet. Did y'all ever watch Blue's Clues? My kid used to love it when he was little. And so now every time I like my handy dandy notebook, my handy dandy spreadsheet. Let's see. Days 19 and 24 had DNA stuff. Let me see. Let's see. The taillight had 3 individuals. Small cutting swab, DNA from taillight. The stains on O'Keefe's jeans. DNA was found on bloodstains on his clothing. Obviously, his DNA was on the bloodstains on his clothing. I don't have that in my stuff. I'd have to go back and look at my podcast notes, and that's a lot harder to pull up. Oh, you work for Canton PD? Straight to jail. Faraday bag and drag theory. Boom. That would. The thing is, too, let's say there is a cover up. These are seasoned officers who know about evidence collection. Yeah, the clothing DNA has more questions than answers. I don't have it in my notes. I can't remember. If y'all remember before I can find it, you can put it in chat. I can't remember how many there were on that. Hello, hello. Who was that guest? That is Ashley Flowers. She is the host of Crime Junkie, and she is like Audio Chuck, all the big true crime podcasts. I'm just logging on. What did I miss? Are they on recess? They are not on recess. The kids are testifying right now. I can put it on the banner that the kids are testifying, but then I keep showing your comments. So every time I show a comment, then the banner goes away anyway. My question is, why hasn't the defense called out that the socks are missing and not at all being acknowledged? I'm not sure. I know that they are smarter attorneys than I am because I've had 0 days of law school. So I'm sure there's a reason. I just don't know it. Do you have any idea why Peggy O'Keefe is seeing and hearing all that we are and doesn't think anything is amiss? She should be at minimum offended by the conduct of law enforcement and witnesses. The thing about victims' families is it's hard to put yourself in their situation because there are, so many that's so much trauma, and that's so much, trying to heal in different ways. And there are families that we've seen of people who, it was proven that, somebody was wrongly convicted and they will still hold on to, it had to be that person. I know it was that person. I think that it's impossible for us to really know how we would think or how we would feel in that situation. And I think that a lot of times, whatever they think and feel and believe is what is just where they're at, and and we just we can't really say what we would think or feel. It's hard to say when, and keep in mind, like, she's lost 2 children now. She lost her daughter and her son. And I can't imagine what she's going through. Any truth to the Albert's pool being filled in after events occurred? Possible evidence in there. It was like a family member's, wasn't it? I don't remember. It wasn't theirs. I can't remember whose it was. It was not theirs, though. Somebody in chat will probably remember. Why isn't a bigger deal made about the butt dials and butt answers? Obvious lies. Well, the defense has made a big deal about it. See, that's going to be an interesting part of this, because the butt dials and butt answers and all of that came in during Brian Albert's testimony and Brian Higgins' testimony. And if they are not called to the stand by prosecution, then the defense will have to, figure out a different way to introduce that or let the jury know about that. So, which is also, part of the reason that Brennan is probably not calling these people to the stand. He doesn't want to open that can of worms. He doesn't want the jury to hear all of that. So Kevin's pool, that's who it was. Okay. I loved the neighbor, most honest person so far. That's funny. The neighbor was like no F's given. Do we know who Higgins was on the phone with when he was at Canton PD? I have no clue. No clue. Jen's butt dials came in at least, yes. And also, if those were butt dials, then there would have been voicemails. It wouldn't have been like a butt dial and then a callback and then a butt dial and then a callback. So what's weird to me is, like, if you called him that many times, just say you called him that many times, right? But saying like, oh, I think it was a butt dial, like, that just looks, it's just like the lying over the things that you shouldn't have to lie about. That's the part that is, for me, like a what the heck, And see, we know the voicemail wasn't full because Karen left him the angry voicemails later. So we know voicemail wasn't full. You have to hang up a butt dial for it to not go to voicemail. So obvious. Yeah. Back-to-back butt dials and butt answers and butt callbacks. Do you think Albert's hand looks swollen in the video of him at PD? You mean Higgins' hand? It did to me. I mean, it's hard to tell from a video like that, but I do see where it's like, okay, yeah, it's kind of like red and swollen looking. Butt dial is the same excuse as my dog ate my homework. It's the equivalent. That's like the grown-up, like, court equivalent. A Faraday bag is a bag that you put a phone in that keeps it from getting and receiving, or sending and receiving signals. So it keeps you from being able to get any messages to or from it, do anything. Basically, it's kind of, they use them for dog drama. They use them with law enforcement when they find a phone on the, like, on a crime scene, or they, whatever, they'll put them in a Faraday bag. The material that they're made out of, that material blocks signals. Why can they not pull phone records from the cell phone company? So the defense tried to get the phone records for Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, and they were denied. They were told no. All those texts from John, or all those texts to John from Jen asking if he's coming in, I find it odd. She didn't text when she saw that Karen's vehicle had left, and she didn't text something like, what the heck, why didn't you come in? Yeah, and remember in those original statements and everything, she said that she looked out and saw her car pulling away, like texted him. And I think that was 12:45. Are we back?
I do.
They just snuck up on us.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the court?
My name is Zachary Clark. My last name is spelled C-L-A-R-K.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a sergeant with the state police, sir.
And how long in total have you worked for the Mass State Police?
Approximately 7 years.
And in what capacity do you currently work?
I currently work for the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
In the detective unit, is that correct?
That's correct.
And how long or when did you begin working with the Norfolk County SBDU?
February of 2023.
And you're a sergeant currently within the state police, is that correct?
That's correct.
And when you initially joined the Massachusetts State Police, did you undergo any training?
Yes, I did.
And can you please describe to the jury, generally speaking, what that training consisted of?
Yes. I attended the 83rd RTT, or Recruit Training Troop, with the state police, hosted in New Braintree. It's approximately 6 to 7 months in duration. It included criminal law, criminal procedure, motor vehicle law, defensive tactics, emergency vehicle operations, etc.
Now, when you initially joined the state police, where were you assigned?
I was originally assigned to the State Police Sturbridge Barracks, or C5.
And how long were you at the Sturbridge Barracks at C5?
Approximately 2 years.
And where did you go from there?
From there, I transferred to the Crime Scene Services section in 2020, and I spent 3 years in that unit.
And what specialized training did you receive in relation to that work with the Crime Scene Services section?
Upon entry to that unit, troopers assigned are put through an in-house training program hosted by the state police. It's the lion's share of a year. Begins with the history of the study of fingerprints, biology, morphology. It progresses to supervised casework, processing techniques, evidence collection, and culminates in a competency exam for any of the disciplines that the trooper is assigned.
Now, when you're working for the Crime Scene Services section, how are assignments made typically within that unit?
Typically, troopers work on an on-call schedule. They're given advance notice, and they're on call for 24-hour periods. Most often, if a call is received or a request is made for crime scene services during that call period, the trooper assigned responds.
And sort of geographically, as far as the on-call trooper is concerned, how is that sort of divvied up?
So I was assigned to the Maynard Laboratory. The Crime Scene Services section is organized by crime labs. Maynard encompasses a large area, upward of 50 cities and towns. Some of the more northern towns would be Lowell and Billerica, and it goes all the way down to Canton and Stoughton. The trooper on call for that 24-hour period covers that entire region.
Now, sir, were you working with the State Police Crime Scene Services section on February 1st, 2022?
Yes, I was.
And where were you requested to go on that date?
I was requested to respond to the Canton Police Headquarters.
And approximately what time did you arrive at the Canton Police Department?
Approximately 9 in the morning.
And who did you meet upon your arrival there?
I was met by the requesting officer, Michael Proctor.
And what was the purpose, or what was described to you initially as the purpose of you responding to that location?
The request was made for me to assist in documenting a search warrant that was being executed on a vehicle housed at the police department.
And who do you recall being present during your time at the Canton Police Department and during that search warrant execution?
Trooper Proctor was present. There was a forensic scientist from the crime lab, Maureen Hartnett. There were various members of the Canton Police Department. There were members of the State Police Crash Reconstruction Section, Trooper Joe Paul, to name one. There were members of the Norfolk SPDU as well.
And if you know, in addition to Michael Proctor, how many other members of the Norfolk SPDU were present during the search warrant?
I'm aware of at least 3.
And what was it that you were asked to document at that location?
Namely, it was Karen Reed's vehicle.
And where was that vehicle located within the Canton Police Department?
It was in the garage bay.
Now, can you describe for the jury the process of your documentation or memorialization of that vehicle that morning?
Yes. Typically, upon arrival, I would consult with the requesting officer to determine the scope of the search warrant. In that case, it was Michael Proctor. He described that the vehicle was being searched for a variety of things, to include biological evidence, communication devices, alcohol containers, receipts, infotainment center data, etc. He asked me to document the vehicle with digital photographs. I then consulted with the forensic scientist who was present as well to determine the order in which the vehicle would be documented and processed. I began by documenting the vehicle's exterior with photographs prior to any manipulation or movement, and then proceeded to document the interior and its contents.
Now, any items that were seized during the execution of that search warrant, how were they photographed prior to being seized?
They're photographed in place prior to being moved.
Now, what kind of instruments or tools do you use typically while photographing items for crime scene services?
The main piece of equipment we would use is a digital camera. We wear protective equipment, namely gloves and a mask typically, often a scale, so that the images can be calibrated to true size upon examination later. Sometimes placards or ruler tape replaced on items of interest or items that will be collected.
Now, on this occasion, you mentioned Maureen Hartnett from the crime lab was present there as well.
That's correct, sir.
And what did you observe her doing as far as any sort of documentation with relation to certain things or items or areas of the vehicle?
My recollection is that she was chiefly concerned with the exterior of the vehicle, namely the rear right corner, and she was looking for DNA and trace evidence, I believe.
And as far as, was there any delineation that you saw her place on the vehicle with respect to certain areas of the vehicle?
Yes, she marked various locations on the vehicle with ruler tape.
And is that something that you would photograph both prior to and afterward when she would place those stickers or labels on the vehicle?
The area would be documented during my overall photographs prior to her placing any placards or ruler tape. And then once those placards are placed, they would be photographed again.
Now, in addition to the photographs, what else did you do with respect to the vehicle?
I was also asked to process the front right passenger compartment of the vehicle for friction ridge impressions.
Now, what is a friction ridge impression?
A friction ridge impression is it's a replica or an impression of the friction ridge skin on the hands or the feet. Friction ridge skin is an evolutionary adaptation on human beings that allow for better grasp of objects. What makes it unique and significant to policing is that that friction ridge skin has unique patterns. They're formed through ridges and furrows or hills and valleys.
Furrows.
And they're unique to every individual. in the hundreds of years that fingerprints have been studied, no two individuals have ever been determined to have the same fingerprints. Analysts are trained to examine these patterns, more importantly, the individual ridge events, and conduct examinations that can lead to identifications or exclusions.
Now, just briefly, can you describe for the jury that process of how you do that?
I would document the vehicle with photographs first, and then determine what medium would be used to process the vehicle. In this case, white fingerprint powder was selected. The particular area processed was relatively small. It was the front passenger compartment, interior and exterior. I focused on surfaces that were more conducive to friction ridge impressions. Certain surfaces are far more conducive than others. Typically, non-porous surfaces like glass, polished metal, dash surfaces are better for impressions, more likely to yield impressions than porous surfaces, which is items like paper or unfinished wood. The area was processed with white fingerprint powder, examined, and no impressions of value were determined to be present.
Now, just briefly, Trooper Clark, when you say no impressions of value were determined, can you explain to the jury a little more, expound upon what that means?
Analysts are trained to determine during the analysis phase if an impression is of value for comparison. What that means is whether or not the impression, if any, has enough quantitative and qualitative detail where it could be compared to a known impression or an exemplar and make a finding. In this case, there were no usable impressions.
Now, upon that initial documenting of the vehicle, were you asked to go anywhere else?
Yes, I was also requested to respond to 34 Fairview Road in Canton and take overall photographs of a scene.
And when you say overall photographs, can you describe to the jury what your understanding of that term is?
Overall photographs are essentially just like they sound. They're typically taken from a distance. They're not examination level photographs. They're general area photographs. This particular case, it was an outdoor scene. I was directed where to focus my attention, and I took a series of photographs of that area.
Now, did anyone go with you there?
Not that I recall.
And when you say your area, your attention was directed to certain areas, where was your attention focused?
The requesting officer explained that upon my arrival, I would see an area in the front lawn or close to the street at that address where a significant amount of snow had been partially cleared away near a flagpole. He asked that I take overall photographs of that area, given the lighting was preferable, and to focus on the front of the residence, that cleared area, and the street around it.
And Trooper Clark, what do you recall in reference to the snow accumulation on the area of the lawn near the flagpole at 34 Fairview Road on that date of February 1st?
My recollection is that there was a significant amount of snow present. Snow banks were apparent from what I presume to be plowing. There was an area that did appear to be cleared and heavily trodden by footwear and tires. Still, even in that area, there was a significant amount of snow with certain spots of grass showing.
Now, while you were there, sir, did you or anyone else do any sort of excavation of that front lawn area?
No.
Now, following that, where did you go?
I returned to the Canton Police Department.
And why did you return to the Canton Police Department at that point?
I had finished my assignment with 34 Fairview, and I was asked to return. I believe the forensic scientist was continuing to process the vehicle. At that time, I would re-encounter her and determine if there was any additional photographs required.
Now, in addition to the photographs that you took initially at the Canton Police Department, what else did you memorialize with reference to the vehicle that day?
They took general photographs of the vehicle, the contents. At one point, a bag was presented to me with evidence by one of the Canton officers.
Let me ask it this way, sir. At some point, you mentioned there was a reconstruction trooper who was present at the Canton Police Department, correct?
That's correct.
And so what, if anything, did you document with respect to that reconstruction trooper outside of the Canton Police Department?
Trooper Joe Paul asked while I was there to document a series of brake and acceleration tests with digital video that he was performing with the same vehicle. I was also asked to take photographs and video of the vehicle's backup warning system, which was activated as they performed some tests.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Sergeant Clark, showing you the disc. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
And what do you recognize that to be?
this is the crime scene photos.
And what's contained on that disc, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed both inside and outside the Canton Police Department with respect to Miss Reed's vehicle, as well as the scene at 34 Fairview on February 1st?
I presume it is.
Your Honor, call will seek to introduce in the minutes the next exhibit.
I'm assuming that that's all that's on the disc, and if that's the case, then we have no objection.
You've seen it.
I haven't seen that particular disc. We have received the photos in discovery. I'm not concerned about that.
Okay. All right, that'll come in.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Exhibit 133.
Your Honor, may I have one moment?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could just publish a few of those photos for the jury.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. May I approach the witness just
Yes.
briefly?
The pictures that we've seen February 1st.
Your Honor, I'm presenting you
Are
with,
about to come in.
3 photographs. Do you recognize what's depicted in each of those 3 photographs?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize depicted in each of those 3 photographs in general?
I would describe these as mid-range and a close-up photograph of the vehicle's dash area.
And Your Honor, separately, may I call to seek to introduce and admit as the next 3 exhibits?
All right, I'd like to do it as one exhibit.
ABC.
Please.
Yeah, they had these at the last trial. These are the ones that are like the clear pictures. These are the ones where we could see that that where the tail light looks like it's like almost completely gone. That's the real question.
134A through 134C.
Thank you.
Are they inverted?
And my apologies, Your Honor. With the court's permission, may I now publish some of those photos?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2616. And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to zoom in on the steering wheel just above the L for the Lexus sign. And Sergeant Clark, do you see what's depicted up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And from this photograph, just above the steering wheel on the right-hand side, what do you observe there?
Vehicle's odometer reading.
And is that what the odometer read as far as when you took this photograph outside of the Canton Police Station on February 1st?
Yes, it is.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2617.
They didn't call the nephew this time.
And again, Ms. Gilman, if you could just zoom in a little on the center of that photograph.
FYI.
And again, Sergeant, if you could describe for the jury what we're looking at in this photograph.
This is a mid-range photograph of the vehicle's display screen, the center console, with what I would describe as the backup warning system activated as the vehicle approaches a pedestrian.
And lastly, Ms. Gilman, the next photograph, which is 2618. And again, Sergeant, what are we looking at in this photograph?
More or less the same as the last photograph, sir.
Closer up image than the prior photograph, is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Thank you, sir. I have nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
All right. Giannetti?
Thank you, Your Honor.
I doubt they'll call Jen McCabe's daughter.
Good morning, Trooper.
Good morning, sir.
Your earliest involvement in this case was on February 1st of 2022.
That's correct.
You ended up, and by the way, at that time, you were a trooper assigned to the crime scene services section,
That's correct.
and that was in which town in Massachusetts?
Where I was assigned, sir?
Yes,
Maynard.
Maynard, okay. About a year later, you actually joined the Norfolk CPAC unit or the Norfolk Detectives Unit, correct?
That's correct.
And when you joined the Norfolk CPAC unit, Lieutenant Brian Tully was the supervisor of that unit, was he not?
Yes, he was.
You are still with that unit, correct?
That's correct.
So you've been there for approximately 2 years, a little bit more than 2 years.
That's correct.
And so you were there when Lieutenant Tully was removed as the supervisor of that unit, correct?
That's sustained, and folks should to disregard that.
Now, if I could request an instruction.
Jurors, pay no attention to that question or answer. That is not properly before you with this witness.
Is Lieutenant Tully still the supervisor of that unit?
Yes.
I'm going to see you at sidebar for just a minute, please.
Hold on, I want to hear it again.
Been there for approximately 2 years, a little bit more than 2 years.
That's correct.
And so you were there when Lieutenant Tully was removed as the supervisor of that unit, correct?
That's sustained, and folks should to disregard that.
Now, if I could request an instruction.
Jurors, pay no attention to that question or answer. That is not properly before you with this witness.
Is Lieutenant Tully still the supervisor of that unit?
Yes.
I'm going to see you at sidebar for just a minute, please.
So for those of you who don't know, yes, Tully was removed, Tully was rehomed, and I guess, see, this is the kind of stuff that Brennan didn't want coming in. So he's like, I just won't call the people this can come in through. So defense is like, for real? We'll just do it our way.
Okay, so going back to February 1st of 2022, you learned that Michael Proctor had called your unit, resulting in your involvement in this case on that date, correct?
That's right.
And Michael Proctor had requested that you go to the Canton Police Station.
That's correct.
At the time, were you aware that the Canton Police Station, or the Canton Police Department, I should say, had a conflict of interest with this investigation?
Yes.
Rephrase it. Rephrase it.
Well, were you aware when you were called out on this case that John O'Keefe had been found mortally wounded on Brian Albert's lawn?
I was advised of that fact upon my arrival.
Okay. And you were you advised of the fact that Brian Albert's brother was a Canton police detective?
I did not know that.
All right. Still, it was the Canton Police Station and not a state police barracks where Michael Proctor instructed you to go, correct?
That's right.
Was he there before you, or did you arrive there before him?
He was there before me.
When you got there, where did you see Michael Proctor within the Canton Police Department?
Inside the garage bay.
And is that also called a sally port?
Yes.
And when you got there, was Michael Proctor the one to direct you to the Lexus SUV?
Yes.
And when you got there on February 1st, that was the first time that you laid eyes on that vehicle, correct?
Yes, it is.
there was no other investigator from the State Police Detectives Unit or the CPAC unit there with the Lexus SUV except for Michael Proctor, correct?
There were other investigators from the Norfolk District Attorney's Office present that morning.
In any case, you had no personal knowledge prior to your arrival of how long Michael Proctor had been with that SUV before you got there, correct?
That's right.
You have no personal knowledge about whether anyone was monitoring Michael Proctor while he was near the vehicle before you got there.
That's correct.
And before you got there, you had no idea how much access Michael Proctor had to that vehicle, right?
Correct.
Your assignment was to take photographs and to process the passenger's compartment in particular for fingerprints.
Correct.
And you did that.
Yes, I did.
Bless you. About a year and a half after that, on July 18th of 2023, you participated in this investigation again, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And that was because, in part, you had now joined the Norfolk CPAC unit, correct?
Correct.
And you participated in an interview of Colin Albert at the Norfolk DA's office, right?
That's right.
You knew at the time that Colin Albert was the nephew of the homeowner, Brian Albert?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Did you know that at the time?
Could you rephrase the question?
Sure. At the time that you were called in for this interview and told that you would be participating in an interview of Colin Albert, you knew that he was Brian Albert's nephew, correct?
I was advised that prior to the interview, yes.
You conducted that interview along with Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
At the time, Michael Proctor was a state trooper in that unit, correct?
Yes, he was.
And you knew he was also the lead investigator on the case, correct?
He was the case officer, yes.
At the time of that interview on July 18th, before you began questioning of Colin Albert, had Michael Proctor revealed to you his connections with the Albert family?
Sustained.
Will you approach?
Go on to the next area and see if you can come back.
Did Michael Proctor reveal to you that he and Kevin Albert had socialized together by drinking alcohol in his cruiser?
Sustained and jurors, I'm going to ask you to strike that question. Disregard.
I need to be heard at sidebar.
I will hear you.
Oh boy. Did he tell you drinking alcohol? Kevin Albert. Oh boy. What are we thinking? How are we feeling? So he's getting this. Oh boy. I'm going to start saying I need to be heard to my husband. That's a great idea. I need to be heard. Oh boy. Oh boy. He's getting in this stuff. I mean, it's objections are being overruled, but all of this stuff is stuff that I think the jury should know, but Brennan's trying to keep it out. He doesn't want them to know, like, all of the bad stuff that happened related to this case and the people in it. So, he's like, oh, you're not going to call any of the witnesses that we need to talk to establish all this? All right, cool. We'll just do it our way.
Good time to take our morning recess. We'll see you in about 20 minutes. And Sandra, you can just follow that.
Morning recess. Okay, so All right, I do have some notes on the niece. Okay, so apparently the nephew did not testify this time. They only called the niece. And these are the notes from Ted Daniel about her. Let me change my. All right, so it says the niece testified that Karen Reed and John O'Keefe's relationship deteriorated after New Year's Eve Aruba trip. I remember, and this is quoted, I remember hearing him say the relationship was good, but it had run its course. She was very upset by it. She was yelling louder than JJ. She said Karen Reed woke her up at 4:30 a.m. on the 29th. The defendant came into my room. And that's another thing, too. So they did this last year, too. The kids are referring to Karen as the defendant. The defendant came into my room. She told me my uncle never came home. She was very, frantic. The defendant was asking what could have happened and asking, could I have done something? Got hit by a plow. Later that same day at One Meadows, it says, quote, she, as in Karen Reed, just said to myself and my grandfather that she thought she was living in a nightmare. And then on Cross, the niece told David Unetti that Karen Reed watched her play sports, took her to visit a private school, and helped plan her birthday. And he said, Karen would help you with school projects. And she said a couple of them, maybe, yeah. Okay, so the 3 jurors. They might be getting in trouble. When the whole thing about the disciplinary stuff that Unetti was getting in came out, 3 jurors giggled, and one court officer just walked over and stood in front of them for a moment. Let me see if I can find any other. Any other notes? I don't see any other notes yet. They couldn't have any kind of electronic stuff in there, so they had to take handwritten notes, and now we have to wait on them to type them up. I assume they're probably going to do this during this 20-minute recess, so then we'll be able to hear more of it after. No kids voluntarily saying the defendant, especially about, yeah, it's definitely like a, yeah. I don't know that they're in trouble. I just, when Sue O'Connell said that 3 of the jurors were giggling, and then the court officer went and stood in front of them. So that's why I was saying, maybe they're not getting in trouble, but kind of like a, you need to cut out the giggling type thing. Those 3 will definitely be altered. That's what I was thinking. But in that other case in this same courthouse, when they did the little thing where they pulled the numbers, whatever, they showed the numbers. They didn't do that in this one. I think they should. They did, but it was just like asking about the relationship from what I see. It was says David Unetti, on Cross, the niece told David Unetti that Karen Reed watched her play sports, took her to visit a private school, helped her plan her birthday. And he asked Karen would help you with school projects. She said a couple of them. So it looks like they did cross her, but it wasn't like the kind of cross that's like, you know, not like this one. Queen Oliver Than says, I couldn't be a juror, especially for this case. I wouldn't be able to hide my face. I have that problem too. Y'all know me, my face, can't fix it. It tells you what's going on in my brain. What was the point of Brennan calling Zachary as a witness? What did he say that could even help the prosecution? The pictures that he showed, I mean, I guess he had to enter those in through him. Let's
There.
Vehicle.
hold on, let me screenshot this. Put it in my spreadsheet. It says he was doing this.
A little on the center of that photograph. And again, Sergeant, if you could describe for the jury what we're looking at in this photograph.
This is a mid-range photograph of the vehicle's display screen, the center console, with what I would describe as the backup warning system active.
So they went over that last time. The one that I think the first one shows the mileage on the car. The second one shows that there's a backup camera system. Part of their theory, I guess, is that she would have been able to, not Siri, stop. Calm down. Calm down. I think Chat Daddy's home. Dogs are going crazy. Part of the theory is that she did it on purpose. So I think they're showing the backup camera like, oh, she should have been able to see him. If I was a juror on any case, I'd be trying real hard to constantly fix my face. Yeah, same. Same. Calm down. Every time I say THEORY, then SIRI gets all up in my business. Brandi, you said calm down at the exact same time I was getting after students in the hallway. I was letting them know. My husband never looks at our backup camera and does it the old-fashioned way. A lot of people still do, yeah. What is your podcast? It's 13th Juror Podcast. I just put out the episode yesterday on Buchanan. It's got all the stuff with Higgins in there. Dennis Attaway said, Brandi, your dogs bark when someone comes in the house. Chloe would never act that way. My dogs are lively. Definitely lively. Where can we access the podcast? It's on pretty much everything. Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and it's on my YouTube channel, Brandi Churchwell. YouTube, Brandi Churchwell. Are we to believe John O'Keefe was directly behind Karen Reed's car, walking up to the home, or did he walk across the lawn? They're saying, well, I don't know. They've changed it a few times, but they're saying that he stood, I guess he stood back there and like watched her coming at him. I guess I don't. If he was near her, her sensors would have gone off. That's what they said in the last one, that like there's sensors and all of that set that would have gone off. And I think they were saying that that's their reason why. That was part of their reason why they say she did it on, like, hit him on purpose or something. It's weird to me that her mind immediately went to, I must have hit him, or he must have been hit. If Karen is truly as innocent as I want to believe, she would have thought he slept at the Alberts or something. The reason that I have always thought, like, my own like little theory was, and I said this before the Crash Daddies even introduced the whole canon thing. I always thought, like, you know, we know they got into an argument or whatever, or she was mad that, you know, he was staying there or whatever. She didn't want to, whatever it was. I was like, well, maybe they got into an argument and he got mad and like threw the glass, you know, like when he was going to walk off, whatever, he threw the glass at the car, like as she was driving off or something. And she heard that. And because that would have made a loud noise, that would have been enough to break that taillight, like in the little, like the way that it was, that one part that we could see on the dash cam the next morning, you know, like that one part that was broken right there on that back. So I was like, maybe he threw that, hit the taillight, and she heard that. And then she was like, well, wait, maybe, you know, maybe that's what that noise was. But that was just a theory. She said she knew that he would never have left these kids alone. There were no plans for her to stay over that night. Yeah, she said he had never not come home. Can you explain Officer Clark's role in the investigation? He basically went, he's state police crime scene services. So he basically went to like photograph everything on the first. And he did friction ridge impressions, like looking for fingerprints. So he was part of the stuff from when they were processing everything. And then he was with Proctor July the next year when they interviewed Colin Albert. Even if he threw the glass, that doesn't make you think you hit him. She knew she did something. We can agree to disagree. I think that if you heard a loud noise and you know that he was standing behind your car, then, you know, you're panicking and don't know what the heck's going on. I could see thinking that. When did Karen hire an attorney? She hired David Yannetti after the police, after Proctor basically like let her know that she's a suspect. She, Proctor had called and was coming to interview her, and take her car and her phone. I got that door open because it's hot in here. I got that fan on. I think she went there because they kept telling her. Lucy's following Chat Daddy. But if he threw the glass, in my mind, I would stop, get out and look at what happened. So she just ignored it and kept going. If I was pissed, I wouldn't stop and look at it. I'd drive away to, you know, be like, but I mean, everybody handles things differently. Um, Screen's going crazy over here. Did they fingerprint the glass from the crime scene? They got DNA on it. So it did have John O'Keefe's DNA, which that's not surprising. We saw him, you know, holding it. I would just assume he smacked my car. I also with drinking, it's like logic is not the same. She sat there calling him and waiting on him. That's the thing for me is like, if you thought that you hit somebody and like, like if she thought that she like hit him and hurt him and left him to die or whatever, she would not have been calling him, leaving him angry voicemails. I think she had no clue what happened. I think we all are kind of like having no clue what happened. Tully was, so what he's talking about was with Tully is after the last trial with everything happening, Tully was moved. He was under internal investigation and he was moved to a different department and he was rehomed. Can anyone prove that she backed up? There's black box data that shows when, like, that shows backing up at different times, but there was no date and time that they could associate with it. So they did retesting for this one. So there's more information we're supposed to get this time. Maybe some of that will clear it up, but they gave their oops, sorry, Tinsley. Oh, I kicked Tinsley. I'm sorry. I didn't know you were right under me, baby. I'm sorry. But I know they didn't have the date and time attached to it, so they basically kind of said on their spreadsheet, like, this is the time that we, think this happened when she was out front, but there was no actual date and time. So if there's date and time on it this time, maybe it, can clear something up. Is there any way to find a diagram of where everybody says their car was located? Well, I have some of those diagrams on the website, but the problem is everybody has Higgins' car in his Jeep in a different place. So isn't one of her attorneys a juror from trial 1? Yes. Can you refresh my memory and explain why she didn't want to go into the Albert's house? I think she said her stomach was hurting. Have you always collaborated with Ashley Flowers, or is this a first? This is our first. They backed the Lexus down her parents' long driveway to put on the tow truck. Yeah, that was another theory too about the 3-point, kind of like a 3-point turn or backup or whatever, however you want to call it. They kind of had to move the car back and forth, a couple times to get it on the tow truck, and it looks like it kind of spins, spins the wheels right there. So that was one of the theories too, that would be the time. Some of that tech stream data. I guess I would need to know the distance from where he was hit versus where she started backing up from. Okay, so that's changed multiple times. It changed again this time. Last time it was 62 feet, I think, and this time it was, last time it was, she went forward 62 feet and then back 62 feet. And this time I think they're saying she went forward like 35, 45 feet and then back 85 feet or something. It's totally different this time. They change it. The Jeep was behind her. How could she back up? She didn't. That's a fact they can't get around. Yeah. And Jen McCabe and Matt McCabe and Nicole Albert and Brian Higgins all said he was parked there by the mailbox. But then Heather Maxon and Ryan Nagel said that there wasn't a Jeep right there. So they all have different. Yeah, she had said she wanted to make sure that they were welcome there or something. There was also like they had said, oh, we're going to go to the house for, it's Brian Jr.'s birthday and there's like a party or whatever. So then they get there and there's like no cars there. So she doesn't know if they're in the right spot. And, she's like, are we even like, this doesn't look like a party. But there were like no cars there because nobody could really drive, I guess. Or nobody did drive. The amount of nonsense that occurred during this investigation is crazy. This case should be thrown out. That is a huge issue. Yes. And also dog drama. And also part of the reason I think that there's so much reasonable doubt when it comes to all this stuff. I'm just saying my mother-in-law being run over at 11 miles per hour and she had serious injuries. Being hit at 25 miles per hour would have caused far more damage. And that's what the crash daddies said too. Hold on, look. Wait. Look at Tinsley and her toy. How cute is she? She's the cutest. She's so sweet. I just love her. She's the sweetest little cuddler. Thank you. I try. Her pink collar is precious. So Emmy is also a girl, by the way, but Chat Daddy, I think, like wants Emmy to be like this, you know, like killer dog. And so he got her like the most dude collar ever. And me and my stepdaughter were like, let us pick these out from now on. You just let us handle it. Your turtle needs to make a guest appearance. I will bring out Bruce Leroy. Maybe I'll bring him out when we come back for lunch. I'll let him come make a guest appearance when we come back from lunch. He had a big breakfast. He's probably napping. He had 3 worms this morning. Labs love to carry a toy. She has one everywhere she goes. Bruce Leroy, how cute. Yeah. So Beth, that I just showed the comment that said I'm a good dog mom. That's my sister-in-law. It's her husband is the one who named Bruce Leroy. He had 3 worms this morning, something I've never had, something I've never said. Yeah. Life of a turtle mom. When is lunch break over? They're actually just on morning recess, and they started it 30 minutes ago. So I don't know what takes so long. They ain't never in a hurry. Glass is different from bar glass. There's glass that didn't match also. He's a Chinese box turtle. Yeah, he's pretty easy. He has like a really big area out there. Super cute. Okay, I'm caught up now. What the heck is going on? We are still at break. Do we know the specific basis for Tully's rehoming? I don't think that it ever said. It just said there was an internal investigation that was pending against him. So they rehomed him to a different department and started like trying to hire for.
All right, so I'll see counsel at sidebar.
Goes back in session immediately.
Sidebar already. We just got back. We just got back. Yeah, because we started that morning recess at 2 hours and 12 minutes into the stream, and that's 31 minutes ago. I've had to go Google the law real quick. Lucy, calm down. Dog drama. Yeah, you can shut it. It's just hot in here. I had the fan on. If I have to fire someone at my job, can I say I am rehoming them? Yes. Yes. That is forever now a part of my vocabulary. Brandi, I'm also a turtle mom, and my dog picked up my turtle in her mouth and cracked his shell. He needed surgery. So watch the pups with the turtle. We had them together for almost 5 years with no problem. We have Bruce Leroy like up in like a raised thing so the dogs can't get into it, but can they ever actually get in trouble for overstepping in what they say? Yes. They're like, depending on how far they go. I mean, they some of the stuff is like, okay, you know, whatever. But some of it is like if they know what they're doing and they're trying to get stuff in front of the jury, yeah, they can get in trouble for that. Friends, I start my court reporting course next week. Oh, that's cool. Jurors are coming in.
Exhibit II for ID.
Thank you.
All rise. It's like the longest. We spend most of our time in breaks.
School is in session, please be seated.
All right, may we have Sergeant Clark, please?
Gosh, they don't even have him in there yet. Like we're bringing everybody back in one by one. I said, I finally did my sup play text and got back losing my mind. How about you?
Yeah, proceed, Your Honor.
Yes.
Sir, when you went with Michael Proctor to interview Colin Albert, you knew that the case originated on January 29th of 2022?
I was aware of that.
And the date that you conducted that interview was July 18th of 2023?
That's correct.
Did you ever ask Michael Proctor why he waited a year and a half to interview Colin Albert?
I did not.
Once that interview was concluded, one of the two of you had to write a report to document what Colin Albert had told you, correct?
That's correct.
And Michael Proctor, as the lead investigator, was the one to write the report, correct?
Michael Proctor wrote that report.
You did not write it.
Correct.
He chose the language to use in that report, correct?
Correct.
And you weren't standing over him while he was typing it up, correct?
Correct.
And he wrote that report to his supervisor without running every word by you, correct?
That's correct.
Did you ever review that report to check whether it was accurate?
Not before it was published.
And the only other thing I have for you, sir, is you were called to photograph evidence on February 1st. Were you ever asked to go to 34 Fairview Road on February 8th to photograph and document evidence supposedly found on that day?
No, I was not.
Were you ever asked to go to 34 Fairview Road to document any evidence on February 10th?
No, I wasn't.
How about February 11th?
No, sir.
And then on February 18th, nearly 3 weeks after January 29th, did anybody contact you to ask you to come out and photograph and document evidence that was supposedly found 3 weeks later?
Ask it differently, Ms.
Yes.
Giannetti.
Were you called out to 34 Fairview Road on February 18th of 2022 to photograph and document anything?
February 1st was the only date I was called to 34 Fairview, sir.
So the answer to my question is no, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you, sir.
Is there any follow-up, Mr. Lally?
No redirection.
Sorry?
No redirection.
Okay, thank you. All right, you're all set.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, folks.
Next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth called Evan Brent to the stand.
Okay.
So that was relatively quick and easy, but also, Nettie got those couple of things in there about Tully being rehome. So.
You solemnly swear the evidence you the court and jury in the case now and here and the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, go right ahead, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
My name is Evan Brent, B-R-E-N-T.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I work for the Massachusetts State Police
And how long have you been a trooper with the Massachusetts State Police?
for just under 8 years.
And in what capacity do you currently work with the State Police?
Currently, I am a sergeant and I'm assigned to the Leominster Barracks.
Now, going back to when you initially joined the State Police, did you undergo any training?
Yes, I did.
And could you please describe for the jury, generally speaking, what that training consisted of?
I went to the State Police Academy in New Braintree. I attended the 83rd Recruit Training Troop from August 2017 until January of 2018. And I learned about different topics that you would expect to learn about at an academy, such as criminal law and procedure and motor vehicle law, to name a few.
Now, when you joined the State Police, where were you initially assigned?
I was initially assigned to the Holden Barracks
And how long were you at that barracks?
for about 3 or 4 months.
And where did you go from there?
I went to the Charlton Barracks
And how long were you in Charlton?
for a little over a year.
And then following Charlton, where did you go from there?
I went to a unit called Crime Scene Services.
Now, what specialized training did you receive in relation to that work with the Crime Scene Services Section unit?
New members assigned to crime scene undergo a progressive training program that consists of completing a series of modules, each of which has assigned readings and a written test for each one. It moves on to assisting in the lab and then eventually assisting in the field. There's additional assigned readings, classroom instruction, and it concludes with a series of competency tests that must be passed before you are assigned your own casework.
Now, when you're working for the Crime Scene Services Section, how are assignments, or how are you assigned to a particular case or investigation?
As cases come in, if you're on call, you would own that case if it's your call day, if something comes into the lab or something you need to respond to.
And how long do those on-call periods typically last for?
Typically, when I was there in Maynard, it was 24 hours. So you would own a day starting at 7 in the morning, and it would go all the way until 7 the next morning.
Now, how big of an area does that particular unit, the Crime Scene Services Section, how big of an area does it cover?
The Maynard lab covers somewhere between, I think, 50 and 55 different municipalities.
Now, sir, were you working with the State Police Crime Scene Services Section on February 3rd of 2022?
Yes, I was.
And where were you requested to go on that date?
I was requested to respond to an address in Canton.
And do you recall what that address was?
It was 34 Fairview.
And approximately what time did you arrive at that location on Fairview Road?
It was about 9:45 in the morning.
And who did you meet upon your arrival there?
I met with several members of the State Police Detective Unit for Norfolk County.
And do you recall specifically who those members of the State Police Detective Unit were?
Yes, there was Lieutenant Tully, Sergeant Buchanan, Trooper Proctor, Trooper DeChico, and Trooper Moore.
And when you arrived there, what were you asked to document on that occasion?
There was a search effort digging through some snowbanks that they were looking for some items. They wanted me to document it with photography.
Now, during that search effort, were items located and recovered?
Yes.
Now, can you describe for the jury the process of item recovery that you observed there on that day?
So once an item was excavated, I would be alerted. I would come over, I would document the item in its place, and then one of the detectives would use a gloved hand, and that item would be bagged and documented on the bag.
Was that the same with respect to each item that was photographed by you and then bagged by the State Police Detective Unit?
Yes.
Now, if I could just ask you, if you could expound a little, when you say excavated, what do you mean by that? What did you see being done that day?
They were digging with shovels.
And as far as the items that were recovered, do you recall where they were in relation to the snow pile and the ground itself?
Some were on top of the snow. So there was some significant snow melt. I think that day it was raining out and it was much warmer than it was previous 3 days. So some had been revealed by this melted snow, so they were on top. Others were under a foot and a half of snow.
Now, what kind of instruments or tools do you use in addition to your camera when you're photographing items?
So items of interest would be documented with a scale, so that way it would show how big the item is.
And why is it that you use a scale as far as photographs are concerned when it comes to certain items?
Because some of the photos, you wouldn't be able to tell how big the item is or proportionally what it looks like. So it has the scales, just a little ruler that shows exactly how big the item is.
Now, sir, upon your completion of documenting recovery of items at Fairview Road, were you asked to go anywhere else?
Yes, I was.
And where were you asked to go?
I was asked to go to an address 1 Meadows Road.
And who went with you there?
Trooper Proctor.
And once there, what were you asked to document or memorialize at that secondary location of One Meadows Ave?
There was a vehicle in the driveway that he wanted me to document.
And was that a Chevrolet Traverse? Is that correct? Correct.
Yes.
And were you asked to document anything else with respect to the home adjacent to that driveway?
There was
Into that driveway.
There was a camera up above the garage that he had pointed out, so I just documented that as well.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
You're showing you a disc. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
So what do you recognize that to be?
it's a disc of crime scene photos.
And the photos on that disc, are those the photos that you took at each of those respective locations on February 3rd, both 34 Fairview and One Meadows Ave?
Yes,
And what's contained on that disc in those photos, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed at each of those respective locations that day?
yes, it is.
Your Honor, Cont will seek to introduce in the minutes the next exhibit.
And same caveat, as long as that's all that's on that disc, we have no objection.
Okay. Coming in.
Exhibit 135.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness again?
Yes.
I got some more detailed notes on the niece's testimony too. We'll go over in a minute.
Sir, I'm handing you a series of 7 photographs. Do you recognize generally what's depicted in those 7 photographs?
Yes,
And in the first 5 of those photographs, is that essentially taking photographs as you walk around the Chevrolet Traverse in the driveway that day?
yes, that is correct.
And the last 2 were of the garage doors at One Meadows Ave, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, Cont will seek to introduce in the minutes the next exhibits.
No objection.
Exhibit 136.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish those photographs in relatively short fashion with the jury?
Sure.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7749. And Trooper, just briefly, what are we looking at in this photograph?
The front entrance to that address, One Meadows.
Ms. Gilman, 7752. And Trooper, same question, what are we looking at here?
That was the vehicle in question.
And if you could, Trooper, just describe sort of perspective-wise, what portion of the vehicle we're looking at in this photograph?
So we're looking at an angle view of a Chevy Traverse, the back of the vehicle, and part of the driver's side.
I know it's for the record, but
And Ms. Gilman, 7758. And what part of the vehicle does this depict, Trooper?
The rear of the vehicle.
And Ms. Gilman, 7759. And again, Trooper, what portion of the vehicle in this photograph?
There's going to be an angle view of the rear of the vehicle and the passenger side.
And Ms. Gilman, 7769. And again, Trooper, what portion of the vehicle in this photograph?
This is the front of the vehicle.
And Ms. Gilman, 7771. Again, Trooper, what are we looking at in this photograph?
An angle view of the front of the vehicle and the driver's side.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 7777. And again, Trooper, what are we looking at in this photograph?
This is the driver's side rear quarter panel.
And Ms. Gilman, 7791. Now, you also took photographs of the garage doors at 1 Meadows Ave, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and how many garage doors did you observe there that day?
2 garage doors.
And which of the 2 is this?
This is February
This is
3rd.
going to be the right garage door.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 7795. And which of the 2 garage doors is this, Trooper?
This will be the left garage door.
Thank you very much. Ms. Gilman, thank you very much. You can take those down. Now, Trooper Brent, from your observations of those photographs and your observations personally, visually on scene February 3rd at 1 Meadows Ave, what damage did you observe to the garage doors at that residence?
I did not observe any damage to them.
And again, both from your view of those photographs and your in-person visual observations of the Chevy Traverse from all angles on that date of February 3rd, what damage did you observe to that Chevy Traverse?
I observed no visible damage.
Thank you, sir. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, any questions, Mr. Yannetti?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
So they're wanting to show that on the 3rd, there's no damage to John O'Keefe's car, because remember the defense has their theory of her backing, like when we can see it backing into it, they're saying that's how it broke.
Good morning, Trooper.
Morning, sir.
To be clear, the Chevy Traverse that you photographed at 1 Meadows, you did so on February 3rd of 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you realized at the time that was 5 days prior to the incident in question, which was January 29th of 2022?
5 days after, not prior.
Did I say prior?
You did.
Thank you for correcting me, because you're right. You were photographing it 5 days after January 29th, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's fair to say, sir, that your earliest involvement in the case was February 3rd of 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you don't know, and you didn't know at the time, who had access to that Traverse during those 5 days, correct?
That is correct.
Now, as of February 3rd of 2022, you, I believe, testified you were part of the crime scene services section of the Massachusetts State Police, correct?
Yes, sir.
You met former Trooper Michael Proctor on February 3rd at 34 Fairview Road in Canton.
Yes, I did.
At the time, did you know you were at the home of a Boston police officer named Brian Albert?
I did not.
And February 3rd was the first and only time that you responded to 34 Fairview Road, correct?
That is correct.
With regard to anything that you saw on the lawn or on the snow that day, you have no personal knowledge as to how any of those items got there, correct?
I do not.
And 5 days after January 29th, you had no personal knowledge at the time of who had access to that front lawn during those 5 days, correct?
That is correct.
You had no information that a guard had ever been posted near that lawn?
Not that I'm aware of.
And when you got there, there was no crime scene tape, correct?
No, there was not.
There was no tent?
No.
Other than the police officers standing there on February 3rd, the lawn was open to anyone who wanted to look at it, just like any other lawn in the street, right?
I'm unaware of that. I don't know.
Now, in terms of your actions that day in documenting the scene with photographs, you did not write a report on what you saw and what you photographed, correct?
I took notes of what I saw and what I photographed.
Michael Proctor was the one to write the report in which he reported that you were the photographer on scene, correct?
I don't know what Michael Proctor did for a report, so I can't testify to that.
Okay, but you didn't write a report.
I wrote a report of what I did, showing up at the scene and taking photos and then submitting those photos to the Norfolk County Detectives Unit.
You knew at the time that Michael Proctor was the lead investigator on the case, correct?
Yes, I did.
And with regard to other dates in February, on February 8th of 2022, were you asked to go back to 34 Fairview Road to document and photograph anything found on that day?
I do not believe so, no.
What about February 10th?
No.
February 11th?
Again, my only involvement was on February 3rd.
So that means that on February 18th, nearly 3 weeks after January 29th, you were not asked to go back to 34 Fairview to document or photograph anything on the lawn that day, correct?
Correct.
I have nothing further, sir. Thank you.
Any questions, Mr. Lally?
Very briefly.
Okay.
Just for clarity, Trooper Brent, you did write a report in relation to your response documentation on February 3rd, 2022, correct?
That is correct.
And you mentioned that you also took notes, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what did those notes entail?
It detailed several items that were collected, my response times, and who else was there on scene.
Now, when you were there on scene, as far as 34 Fairview on February 3rd, what did you observe as far as these? You mentioned that the weather had gotten warmer, some snow had melted. What did you observe specifically as far as the snow accumulation on that front lawn area in the area of the flagpole of 34 Fairview?
Objection beyond the scope.
Sustained. Sustained.
As far as these items, again, when they were recovered, several of these items were under how much snow?
I would estimate about, there was one particular item that was about a foot and a half under the snow.
Nothing further.
Nothing on that.
All right. All right, Trooper, you are all set, sir. Thank you. Who is the Commonwealth's next witness?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth called Brian Gallerani to the stand.
Okay.
You are all set.
Your Honor, as this witness is approaching, can I just move into evidence clips 19 and 20 that were previously played for the jury?
Yes.
Thank you.
Exhibit 137.
Thank you.
You solemnly swear the evidence given before the jury in the case now here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Thank you. Good afternoon.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the court?
Brian Gallerani, Gallerani.
This is
And
going to be.
what do you do for work, sir?
I'm currently employed as a sergeant for the Needham Police Department.
And how long in total have you been a member of the Needham Police Department?
19 years.
And how long have you held the rank of sergeant?
2 years. It'll be 2 years in July.
Now, prior to holding the rank of sergeant with the Needham Police Department, what did you do before that at the Needham Police?
I was a detective for 8 years.
Now, over the course of your work as a detective with the Needham Police Department, what training have you received in regard to collection of biological samples?
I've been certified by the Mass State Police since 2015 in collecting DNA.
Now, can you explain just briefly to the jury sort of what that process of certification entailed? Sort of how did you become certified?
Excuse me. So specifically, I was certified in DNA buccal swab, which is the process of obtaining cells suitable for comparison, DNA comparison, by swabbing a person's cheek, cells, and gums.
And that certification that you received, is that up to date at this point?
It is.
Now, at some point on January 16th of 2024, did you have occasion to collect buccal swabs or samples in relation to this case?
I did.
And before I get to that, just briefly, as far as with your work as a Needham Police detective and or sergeant, you had no involvement with any investigation either by the Canton Police or the state police in relation to any incident in the town of Canton, correct?
Correct.
Now, with respect to that date of January 16th, where did you go?
I went to the Norfolk County DA's office in Canton.
And who did you meet with, or who did you collect samples from on that occasion?
I collected samples from Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Buchanan.
And again, briefly, can you explain to the jury the process of that collection of samples from Sergeant Buchanan and Trooper Proctor?
So I swabbed the inside of their mouths with a cotton swab. I let it air dry, put it in the kit, sealed it, and photographed it.
And then following your collection, what did you do with those collections once you had them?
I brought that back to the Indian Police Department and entered it into the evidence locker.
And as far as that collection process that you were describing, did you do that in conformity with the training and the certification that you referenced earlier?
I did.
Now, with reference to those items, at some point were you informed that those items were to be transferred or transported to a Bodie Technology Lab in Lorton, Virginia?
Yes.
And were there any specific instructions as far as shipping that you received from the lab in reference to those items?
There were.
And did you comply with those instructions as far as how those items were shipped from the Needham Police Department to the Bodie Lab in Virginia?
Yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Any questions from the defense?
Very briefly, Judge. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Were you ever asked to do any buccal swabs of Chief Berkowitz of the Canton Police Department?
I'll allow that.
No.
Were you ever asked to do any buccal swabs of Detective Kevin Albert of the Canton Police Department?
No.
Were you ever asked to do any buccal swabs of Lieutenant Brian Tully of the Massachusetts State Police?
No.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Anything, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you very much, Sergeant. You're all set.
Thank you.
Okay, so he,
Next witness for the Commonwealth?
Commonwealth calls Maureen Hartnett.
he's the one who did the buccal swab / buccal swabs, however you say them. Everybody pronounces it differently. No judgment here. For Proctor and Buchanan, to compare their DNA to the other unknown DNA on the tail light. So he just collected the swab. So Unetti was saying, oh, so nobody ever asked you to do any of Berkowitz, Kevin, Albert, or Tully?
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now hearing to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You can sit or stand wherever you're comfortable. Just please keep your voice up, okay?
Yes.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and offer the spelling of your last name?
My name is Maureen Hartnett, Hartnett.
Could you tell us where you presently work?
I work at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
Before you began working at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory, did you receive any education, any further schooling after high school?
Yes, I did.
Could you share that with us?
I have a bachelor's degree in biology from Bridgewater State University and a master's degree in forensic science from the University of New Haven.
After you graduated with your master's, did you begin working at the crime laboratory or did you work somewhere else before?
I began working at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
How long have you worked at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory for?
I've worked there in total approximately 9 years.
Can you give us a basic understanding of how the crime laboratory you work at is broken down, the different departments and what you do?
There are various units within the laboratory. There is the criminalistics unit, which is the unit I work for, the DNA unit, the Office of Alcohol Testing, the Arson and Trace unit, and each of those units is comprised of civilian workers. And there's also portions of the laboratory that are made up of sworn or troopers that work for crime scene services section, as well as the firearms identification section.
Would you consider your role a civilian worker, or are you a Massachusetts State Police trooper?
I'm a civilian worker.
You mentioned that one of the departments that you work in is the criminalist unit.
The criminalistics unit.
Could you give us a little more detail about what the unit does?
In the criminalistics unit, we examine items of evidence for the possible presence of biological fluids. We conduct trace identification, damage analysis, as well as gunshot residue collections on evidence.
Do different employees do different things in that unit, or do all the employees, are they trained to conduct all of those different type of testing?
There are specific types of analysis that only certain members of the unit will conduct based on the fact that those types of analysis are not requested very often.
Is the unit broken down by level of experience? Are there different roles within the unit based on experience?
Yes, there are.
Could you explain that, how it's broken down, the structure of it for us?
Generally, a training analyst will be a forensic
What is happening?
scientist 1, which means they're in training and they're not performing any type of independent casework. Once an analyst is authorized to perform independent casework, they are then a forensic scientist 2. And that above them would be their supervisors, which are forensic scientists 3. And that is specific to the unit. And then as the chain of command goes up, there are additional levels as well.
Do you have a particular level that you've achieved?
Currently, I'm a forensic scientist 2 in the criminalistics unit and crime scene response unit.
In addition to your education and your master's degree, do you receive any specific training when you enter the unit?
Yes, every analyst will receive generally the same training when they enter the unit. It is written in our protocol, so it is standardized, and that is completed once they enter the unit. It takes approximately 9 to 12 months to complete that training.
Is there any ongoing training involved when you work in the criminals unit?
Yes, as a part of our accreditation, we also receive ongoing education yearly.
You mentioned accreditation. Can you briefly tell the jury what that means as it relates to the unit and the lab?
Accreditation is a voluntary quality assurance program that the laboratory is a part of. And basically their role is to ensure that our protocols, our procedures, our equipment, and our personnel are held to a certain level based in the scientific community.
In your role, do you do all of your testing at the office or in the lab?
As part of the crime scene response unit, I will respond to crime scenes and I will perform some testing and collection at crime scenes as well.
How long have you been involved in the crime scene response unit?
I've been involved with the crime scene response unit the same amount of time I've been in the criminalistics unit, which is approximately a total of 9 years.
As part of crime scene response, do you actively go to an ongoing developing scene, or do you arrive somewhere after the event?
It depends on the circumstances. Oftentimes we are called out to a scene directly after the incident takes place. There are times when we also will examine additional items or additional scenes after the fact.
I put a poll up. We'll do what majority wants to do. We can either keep listening to this live, or pause this for a couple minutes, read the niece's, all the detailed notes from the niece's testimony, and then catch up on this at like 1.25 or 1.5 speed. YouTube might be deciding for us because.
How many scenes have you responded to as far as crime scene response where you were the person who was in charge?
I would say approximately 300.
When you are asked to or assigned to go to a scene, a crime scene, whether it's active or whether it's later in time, do you make an assessment when you get there, or is there a plan developed before you leave your office and get to the scene?
I'm sorry, can you be more specific?
Sure. How do you?
Okay. Majority wants to do that. So that way we can listen to this a little bit faster because it does get boring. This part does anyway. Okay. So I read Ted Daniels earlier. Now we have detailed notes from Christina Rex. Let me, all right, so she says, the niece testified on her relationship with Karen Reed. She said it was kind of dependent on the day. Some days were more on good standards, and other days we weren't on good standards at all. And she would like favor my brother. She would not ignore me, but it felt like a coldness. Karen and her brother, the nephew, she said that they were pretty close. Calm down, Lucy. Hey, come on, stop. She said everything was lighthearted in the beginning, and then it changed by the end of 2021, beginning of 2022. They were fighting a lot. When I saw the fights, it was normally at my house or on the phone. When they would fight, Karen Reed was very like angry, upset, and louder than John. She testified about New Year's Eve, the Aruba thing. She said Karen and John had an argument in the niece and nephew's hotel room. John checked on them and told the nephew to get off the iPad. Karen defended the nephew and then started yelling about how he had kissed someone else and she had witnessed it. It was really loud. She was very upset. And she said the relationship changed after the Aruba trip. In January of 2022, Karen and John were in the kitchen fighting while the niece was in the room next door. Their relationship was good, but it had like run its course. She said that's what John said to Karen. It says, quote, I don't remember exactly what she said, but she was upset by it. He asked her to leave the house. She did not want to leave the house. And it says, John saw the niece in the other room and got angry that she witnessed the fight and asked Karen more aggressively to leave, then went upstairs to the bedroom. Karen followed him upstairs and banged on the door. In later days and weeks, I could tell there was tension, she says. They were cold towards each other. A couple times a week, there was tension and arguing. I heard the defendant on the phone, and she was saying that me and my brother were really worried. On one occasion, when she was trying to get John O'Keefe to come home, when he had left the house, the niece says I just lost my place. The niece said she wasn't actually worried. The niece testified about the night of John's death, too. She said she had a rule that she had to charge her phone in John's room at bedtime. After her friend left before midnight, she was home alone and put her phone in John's room and went to bed. Karen came into her room at 4:30 a.m., shaking her awake, and it says, quote, told me that my uncle never came home. She was very frantic. Karen asked the niece to use her phone to call John. There was no answer. Karen asked for phone numbers that she didn't have, including Jen McCabe. The niece remembers things Karen said on the phone, but not necessarily to who, because there were several calls. Things she remembered were, what could have happened? Could I have done something? Could he have been hit by a plow? It says here her memory had to be refreshed with prior testimony from trial 1. Oh, so the maybe I hit him. She didn't remember saying that. They had to give her prior testimony to refresh what she said on that. That's interesting. The niece said she had never seen Karen like this. Karen came back to the house with Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts. Jen checked on the niece and was level-headed. Karen did not interact with the niece when they came back. At this point, the niece was very nervous, she says. Karen Reed came back later that morning after the hospital with her dad and brother. She said to me and my grandfather that she felt like she was living a nightmare. So then the cross-examination, Yannetti asked, when Karen Reed spent all this time with you, you didn't call her the defendant, right? And she says, no. He said, you called her Karen? She says, yes. Things Karen Reed would do with the niece. They would get their nails done together once a month. They would get their hair done at the salon. Karen, it said Reed attended basketball games, and she said, possibly, but so did my uncle. Softball and soccer games, yes, yes. Helped straighten the niece's hair like once a week. Planned a scavenger hunt for a birthday party. She would stay with Karen at her house in Mansfield. And then Yannetti asked her about the Aruba incident. He said Karen took the kids for an Italian, or he was asking her about it. It says Karen took the kids for an Italian dinner and ice cream. The niece doesn't remember. Reed took kids for an Italian dinner and ice cream. Niece doesn't remember. I don't know. So I guess she doesn't remember that. John was in the room with, Yannetti said John was in the room with you the whole night with Karen Reed and the nephew. And she said she doesn't remember. She just remembers after their fight that he fell asleep in the niece's bed for a few hours. Is it your testimony that JJ rang in the new year asleep? Yannetti asks. The niece said she doesn't remember. I had just gotten dumped by my 8th grade boyfriend, so it was a bit of a crisis. Aw. Oh. Apparently when she said that, there were chuckles heard through the courtroom. And then the niece testifies about the relationship after Aruba. There was never any physical contact between the two of them, correct? And she says correct. And then Yannetti asks if Karen continued to spend a lot of time at the house with the kids. And she said it was the same amount of time, but it wasn't the same. So that is the Jen. I mean, the Jen, what's her name? Kristen Jen, what's her name? Christina Rex. That's her note.
You decide what you're going to do before you get there.
Generally, when I arrive on scene, I get a brief description of what they think may have occurred. Of course. I will take an overall sketch and diagram of the scene, and I also take some notes of the scene before I perform any type of testing or collection.
When you arrive at a scene and you start engaging in an analysis and determine whether you want to do testing, are you allowed to use your own independent judgment?
Yes, I used my training and experience to determine what items I would like to test and what items I would like to collect.
Is there ever any input by whatever law enforcement team or officer is at the response scene?
Yes, there is.
You mentioned that you've been to a number of crime scene responses. I want to ask you specifically about a response on February 2nd, 2022. Do you remember that?
May I check the date on that?
With the court's permission, please.
February
Yes.
2nd.
Thank you. So I responded to a crime scene on February 1st of 2022.
My apologies. Where did you go on February 1st, 2022?
I was dispatched to the Canton Police Station in their garage area.
When you went to the Canton Police Department, did anybody else from your lab go with you?
There was a crime scene services trooper that also responded at the same time, but there was no additional crime scene responder from my unit that responded.
Did you arrive at the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I did.
Is there a garage that you were directed to?
Yes, I was.
When you arrived at the garage, which sometimes may be referred to as a Sallyport area, were there any other people there when you arrived?
There were Massachusetts State Police troopers as well as some Canton police officers.
Did you know who they were?
I did know who the Massachusetts State Police trooper was, yes.
Okay. Was Michael Proctor there?
Yes, he was.
Was Trooper Dunn there?
Yes, he was.
Was Trooper Clark there?
Yes.
You mentioned Canton Police Department officers. Do you know Lieutenant Gallagher?
Yes, I did have an interaction with Lieutenant Gallagher as well.
When you got there, did you have a chance to look at an item?
Yes.
Tell us what your focus was on. What type of item?
I was asked to examine a black Lexus SUV.
And was there a black Lexus SUV?
Yes.
As you were observing and making, analyzing the item, did you see whether anybody was taking photographs?
Yes.
When there's a person taking photographs, do you ever have any input or direct them, or do they do that totally independent of you?
After they're done doing what they're required to do, I will ask them to take specific photographs because I do not perform that function at a crime scene.
When you first arrived, did you have a chance to walk around the vehicle?
Yes, I did.
Did you observe the vehicle from standing behind it, looking at the back of it?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm handing you a document. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is the rear of the black Lexus SUV.
Does that photograph, does it appear to be substantially accurate to what you saw that day?
Yes, it is.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw?
Yes.
May I approach again?
Yes.
I'll remove this into evidence, please.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 138.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show P145.
Okay.
Yeah, this is where the little hair that could comes in.
Ms. Hartnett, is that what you saw when you arrived?
Yes, it is.
Did anything stand out to you when you first looked at the back of that Lexus?
I noticed there was some damage to the rear passenger area of the vehicle.
Take that down, please. Did you have a chance to walk around and look at the vehicle from the driver's side of the vehicle, the left side?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
But also the hair didn't have a root. So it's not like it was like,
I'm showing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the driver's side of the Lexus.
Did the Lexus appear to you the same as it does in that photograph?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Exhibit 139.
With the court's permission, I'd ask to show the jury P144.
Okay.
Could you describe what you saw, ma'am?
Yeah, so this is the driver's side of the black Lexus.
Thank you. You can take that down. Did you get a closer look from the right side of the Lexus to pay detail or attention to what you described from the back view that stood out to you?
Are you referring to the damaged area?
I am.
Yes. So I did take notes of that area and as well as had additional photographs taken of that area.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you a photograph. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a close-up photograph of the rear passenger side tail light area.
Does that photo depict what you saw that day?
Yes, it does.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction?
Yes.
With the court's permission, I'd like to use that as an exhibit.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Exhibit 140.
May I show it to the jury, Your Honor?
Yes.
P161, please. Could you describe what you saw?
Yes, that is the rear passenger tail light of the vehicle.
Is that how it appeared when you first walked in that day?
Yes, it is.
You can take that down. Thank you.
yes, he was also on the stand in the first trial.
When you examine an item like a car, do you take any type of efforts to protect from contamination?
Yes.
What do you do?
Before processing or touching any item of evidence, I'll put on gloves. I use disposable instruments whenever possible, or if I need to use reusable instruments, I will spray them with a 10% bleach solution prior to use. I also change gloves often while I'm examining a vehicle and keep my notes and my pens that I'm writing my notes with. I don't put on gloves when I touch those, and then when I go back to examining the vehicle, I will then re-put on gloves to protect the evidence.
If you see something of note, something that stands out to you, do you have any way of marking the item?
Yes, I take diagrams at the scene and note on my diagrams anything of note. And as I had said, if there's anything that I also want close-up photographs, then I will request the crime scene services trooper who's assigned to the crime scene to take those photographs.
Do you ever put any type of markers on the item itself?
Yes, generally I will mark the items with either a letter or a number so that I'm able to refer back to them both in my notes, and I'm able to refer to them when I look at the photos.
When you mark different items or observations that you make, do you give a specific number to each item for to memorialize it?
Yes, I either use a lettering system or a numbering system.
And how do you memorialize it? Do you put it in writing?
Yes.
What do you do?
On my diagram, I will refer to something for example, as letter A, and then I'll also mark that item using a marker on the item of evidence with the same letter so that I can connect and associate the photograph with my notes and anything that I collect as well.
In addition to the broken taillight that we just looked at, did you make observation of any other things? And I'm just asking generally, not asking you to specify.
Yes.
Were there other things that stood out to you?
Yes.
Did you take any swabs, to see if there was any biological evidence?
Yes, I did.
Where did you take swabs from as far as trace for blood?
I screened for blood on various areas of the undercarriage of the vehicle.
And what was the results?
Those were negative.
What does negative mean?
It means that there was no blood present in that area, or if there was, it was below the level of detection of our test.
Did you make any observations where you saw items or marks of interest?
Yes.
I want to ask you about any observations you made of the back bumper. Was there anything significant that you saw relative to the back bumper of that vehicle?
Yes.
And share with us what you saw.
There were scratches on the bumper as well as apparent pieces of glass on the bumper.
When you saw what you believe to be pieces of glass on the back bumper, what is the process you follow?
I gave those an identifying letter. I noted those items in my diagram, and then I eventually collected those items.
How do you collect them?
I would have used either disposable tweezers or tweezers that were cleaned with a 10% bleach solution.
After you collect the items, for example, glass on the back bumper, what do you do with that?
In that moment or later on?
Take us through from the moment you have it till the end.
So I would put those pieces of glass into a glassine envelope, which are then packaged in a larger manila envelope. They are sealed and dated and initialed with my dates and initials. Eventually, when I return to the lab, those pieces are given an item number and then secured in our cold room.
Is each piece of evidence given a separate item number?
Yes.
As far as the entire case, your entire response, not the separate pieces of evidence you may find, is it assigned a particular number or a case number?
Yes, each case will get a larger case number, and then each item within that case gets an individual item number, so that item can be tracked throughout the lab.
Do you remember from your memory what the case number of this investigation as far as your response was?
Yes.
Could you share that with us?
The case number assigned to this in the laboratory information system was 22-2184.
I want to go back to the glass on the bumper. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that day?
Yes.
And could you generally describe what you see?
This is a close-up photograph of the apparent glass on the bumper of the vehicle.
And we'll listen to evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
141.
Court permission, I'd like to show P167 to the jury.
Okay.
There are 2 pointers in front of you. Would you mind pointing out for the jury what stood out to you? And Ms. Gilman, could we get a little bit of a close-up on that bumper, please?
So I can see one of the, it's a little difficult to see, but I do see one of the larger pieces of apparent glass right here. Would it be better if I use this one?
Could you? Do you mind?
So this piece here is a larger apparent piece of glass. I think that was the largest one that I saw.
And those 2 white stickers, could you tell us what those are?
This sticker, this sticker here is marking where the apparent pieces of glass are.
Is there another sticker above, or is that?
I'm not sure. If you could close up, I'm not sure what that is.
So, fun fact, none of the
That
pieces
is, yes,
of glass,
so that is another sticker, and next to that sticker.
none of the pieces of glass on the bumper were matched to the cup.
Are additional pieces of glass.
Those items to the right of that picture, are those pieces of glass?
Yes, I would say that's an apparent piece of glass here, and this one.
Could we just go down to the bottom part again, please? Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take that down. Did you collect what appeared to be items of glass?
Yes, I did.
Were they assigned a particular number?
Yes.
Do you know that number offhand?
I would have to refer to my notes.
With the court's permission?
Yes.
Thank you.
(3-3) A, B, C, D, and E.
Please.
Those items were given the item number 3-3.
See?
Did you focus on the right rear side of the vehicle beyond the broken taillight?
Yes.
Did you notice any damage, any scratches to the right quarter panel or the right side of that Lexus?
Yes, I did. I noticed some scratches as well as a dent in the rear door in that same area.
Let's start with the scratches first. When you notice scratches, is there a way you marked them?
Yes, I would have given them a letter.
And did you do that?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
showing you a photograph. Do you recognize that photograph?
Look at
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes.
What does it depict?
It is a close-up photograph of one of the scratches on the right rear area of the vehicle.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of what you saw that day?
Yes.
All right, move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right.
Exhibit 142.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show the jury P-172.
Okay.
Could we close up just a little more, Ms. Gilman? Thank you. Starting at the bottom, what is that, ma'am?
That is a close-up of the scratches that I noted in that area.
Could you zoom out again, please, Ms. Gilman? Is that on the back bumper or the right quarter panel?
I believe it's on the right bumper. It's a little.
Okay, hold on. I want to give y'all a little bit of context because I know that this stuff can get like super boring and whatever. I want to give y'all a little bit of context so that you kind of understand why this matters and what this means. Okay. Okay, so the pieces of glass that she got from the bumper are all right here. Not one of those pieces matched to the cup that was found in the yard. The only thing that they were able to match, and they weren't even able to match it, they were just able to say that it was consistent, so they don't really know, is to one piece that was found in the road by Proctor. The only pieces that were found from the cup were all found together in the yard. And then there were also 3 pieces that were found in the yard that did not match the cup. So everything that was found on the bumper, none of it matched that drinking glass that was found by John. So if that helps.
A little difficult to make out in that photo.
Could you zoom in again and move
Diagrams
up
help
just
me.
a little higher, Ms. Gilman? Thank you. You have another sticker on the top?
Yes, I do.
Do you know what that is?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is an apparent hair that I noted in that area.
So that doesn't designate a scratch. That's something entirely separate and different.
That's something different, correct?
We'll get to that later. I just wanted to point out that it is not a scratch. Now, you mentioned that you saw a scratch. Was it a singular scratch or a number of scratches? Could you zoom in, please, Ms. Gilman?
It was a couple of scratches.
Is there a number you designate if it's not a physical item, if it's something like a scratch, or the designation is just for actual physical items?
I use the designation for both observations as well as physical items.
Would there be a number for the scratches?
Yes. Well, there's a letter. Yes.
Do you know what that letter is?
Yes, I believe it's D.
D. Okay, thank you. Take that down, please, Ms. Gilman. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you another photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes.
What is it?
That is damage that I noted on the rear trunk door of the vehicle.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw?
Yes.
When you say damage, what type of damage did you notice?
There was some scratches as well as a dent.
I'd like to move this to evidence.
I
No
know
objection, Your Honor.
1.25 is nice when you're going through technical
Exhibit
stuff.
143.
Yeah, so the one little hair on the bumper, it didn't
With the
have
court's
a
permission, I'd
on
like
it
to show the
either.
jury P-176.
So they couldn't, they ended up having to do the mitochondrial DNA testing.
Can we zoom in just a little bit more, please?
And it
You
took
told us that you saw both dent and
forever.
scratches. Starting with the scratches with the pointer on the TV to your right, could you show us where you saw further scratches?
So the scratches are up above, and then down here there's chipped paint and just a dent.
And where is the dent in relation to the scratches?
Just below it.
Could we zoom in a little more if we could, Ms. Gilman, please? Can you see in this photograph the dent that you saw?
Yes, I was referring to this area here as a dent in my observations.
Thank you. You can take that down, please.
Now that's the part where, remember, Trooper Paul was like, they're like, well, yeah, he had his arm stretched out. And so the scratch right there is from where his arm was held out and he was holding the glass. And that's when the crash guys were like, bruh, like that's not even possible.
You mentioned a hair. I'm going to ask you some questions. How many pieces of hair did you find attached to that Lexus?
A little hair that could.
I found one apparent piece of hair on the Lexus.
Was there a designation number for the hair that you found?
Yes.
Do you remember what that number is?
I used the letter A for that particular item.
Did you say letter A, ma'am?
Yes, correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I want to show you two photographs. You take a look at the first photograph, please. Do you recognize that picture?
Yes, I do.
And what's in that photograph?
This is a photograph of the apparent piece of hair I noted on the rear area.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that day?
Yes.
Turn to the second photograph, please. Do you
I
recognize
raised the
what's in that
sun.
photograph?
I say bra.
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is an additional photo of the apparent hair on the vehicle.
Both photographs of the same piece of hair?
Yes.
And the second photograph, is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw?
Yes.
I'd like to move these two photographs into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, yes, A and B, please.
144A and 144B.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show P173 to the jury. If you could get in as close as possible, Ms. Gilman. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
And can you share with us what you saw?
This is a close-up photo of the apparent piece of hair on the rear of the vehicle.
What did you do when you saw that, what you thought to be a piece of hair?
I marked it with the tape. I designated it as letter A, and then I asked the crime scene services trooper to take a photograph of it.
Did you try to preserve it in any way?
Yes, I did.
Tell us how you preserved that apparent piece of hair.
I collected that hair with either disposable tweezers or tweezers that had been bleached with a 10% bleach solution. I put them in a glassine envelope and then put them in a larger manila envelope. In a larger manila envelope.
What happens to that larger manila envelope?
It is returned back to the lab. It is submitted under the same case number and given its own individual item number.
Did you bring it personally back to the lab?
Yes, I did.
When you brought it back to the lab, do you remember where you brought it when you got back to the lab?
After it was entered into the computer system, I then sealed it, I initialed and dated it, and then I would transfer it to the crime scene response holding area in our cold storage room.
When you pass it along, is it to protect it in evidence, or is it for purpose of further testing?
At that point, it's just to store it in evidence, and then it will make its way into whatever unit needs the piece of evidence first.
But how did
And you
it
did all that with
ride
that piece of evidence?
Yes, I did.
I'd like to
an hour
show
and a
the
half
second
there,
photograph that you
hour and a
identified.
half back?
I believe it's P165.
That's so weird to me. But also, it doesn't have a root on it, so it's not like it was
Do you
like
recognize that photo?
hair ripped out.
Yes, I
of
do.
What do
head
you
or
recognize that to be?
That's an additional photo of the apparent piece of hair on the rear of the vehicle.
In the two different photos, are they taken from the exact same angle?
I believe they're taken from slightly different angles.
And the hair is, could you point that out with the pointer of the hair that you found?
Did they touch
This
it?
hair is the apparent hair.
Thank you. You can take that down, please. Regarding the damage to the broken taillight, did you have any interest in maintaining that piece of evidence?
Yes, I did.
What did you want to do?
I wanted to collect the entire taillight housing.
Why did you want to do that?
If there were pieces from the taillight that could be later matched to the taillight, I needed the entire housing to be processed at the lab.
Did you make efforts to try to maintain or remove or preserve that entire taillight housing?
Yes, I did.
What's a taillight housing?
Excuse me?
What is a taillight housing?
I'm referring to the entire piece, including the back, the glass covering, the light bulb inside. So it's in the entire unit.
Did you attempt to remove that entire unit yourself?
I did.
Were you successful?
No, I was not.
So what did you do?
A Canton police officer that was in the Sally Port at the time offered to help disconnect it with some tools that he had.
Have you ever seen whether there's video that memorialized that entire event?
Yes, there is.
And have you ever watched that video?
Yes, I did.
Does that video show you attempting to remove the housing and then receiving assistance from somebody?
Yes.
When that housing was removed, what happened to it?
I then placed it in a box, I leave it placed in a paper bag in a box. And then once I brought it back to the lab, I added additional cushion with additional paper to protect it from any further damage.
Were you going to keep that housing, or were you going to put that in evidence for other reasons?
That was put into evidence storage for the time being.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a photograph I took of the taillight housing back at the laboratory upon examination.
Is that in substantially the same condition as when you saw it?
Yes.
Any differences whatsoever from when you saw it?
Not that I noticed, no.
Is that photograph fair and accurate of what you saw that day?
Yes.
All right, move this photograph into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
We hear a lessee.
Exhibit 145.
With the court's permission, I'd show photograph P187 to the jury, please.
Okay.
Could you tell us what that is?
That is a photo that I took of the taillight housing at the laboratory.
And that's after it's obviously removed from the vehicle.
Yes, that's correct.
And that was packaged and preserved?
Yes.
You can take that down, please. Do you have the actual item, the actual housing with you?
I believe it is here, yes.
With the court's permission, I'd ask the witness to be able to open the item, show it to the jury, and then I would move it into evidence.
Okay.
Show and tell.
Thank you. If you would you please remove the item from that box?
Yes.
Yeah, so the hair was would have had
May I
to have
approach?
traveled
Yes.
all the way to her parents' house in Dighton, and
Do you
then
have
all the way back
I brought
on
gloves, yes.
like in this blizzard, and then all the way back an hour and a half back to Canton on the back of a tow truck to the Sally Port. When they show it when it's in the Sally Port, there's only like that. You only see there's literally one small piece of red, and in the other stuff you can see that pieces are missing, but it does not look like that much is missing. And that's not how everybody described it at first.
You could hold that so the jury can see it. You could hold it up high, please. Thank you.
See, that's the only red on that whole.
Thank you very
thing.
much. If you could return that to the box.
Yeah,
Or
unless
move
you
this item
say
into
you
evidence,
call.
please.
Whoever makes the objections is the one who does cross-examination.
That's the only item in that box?
There are additional items in that box as
Oh,
well.
I only want to introduce that one item.
Okay, so it's not your bag, you need to take that bag out.
There are also other items in that bag.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Oh, boy.
Yes, why don't you come in? Actually, Paul, the lunch is here? All right, sure, the lunch isn't here, so this seems like a good time to take a break. We'll see you in about 50 minutes. Yeah, of course.
Okay, jurors, right this way, please. Please rise for the jury.
Luncheon recess, 3:55. 04. The biggest problem that I have is or not problem, just question, I guess, is why we don't know, more issues.
I ask her to describe what she's doing.
See what they're doing.
More
yeah.
evidence.
Quiet, folks, still on the record. Thank you.
I can check. It's gonna take me a minute to know that.
This like Shoegate 2.0.
I don't believe so. I don't believe so.
If they could talk louder so we could listen, it's trying to keep us out of this. We were trying to eavesdrop. So rude. But how did it make it so far? In the storm, in the snow, like a blizzard, an hour and a half away, and then an hour and a half back. That's crazy, right? What's that thing held over the one woman's mouth? I thought it was an ice pack last trial. Clearly no. So that's the stenographer. She talks into that, like basically like repeating what she's saying, and like court reporter, like repeating what she's saying into that. So that thing keeps all of the side noise and all of that from getting in there so that she can put on record what they're saying. Could it have been frozen to the car? The little hair that could. If it was frozen to the car, my only thing is she pulled into John's garage before the snow even got heavy. So, and then was parked in the garage for hours. Not an ice pack. She had a toothache for the whole trial. Ah. The reason why something on a bumper can survive travel is the same reason why some stuff in the back of a pickup doesn't fly out. There's low air pressure, like drafting in NASCAR. I get low air pressure, but what I don't get is it was a blizzard. So it's not even just the air pressure, it's like all of this moisture, coming down, hitting the car, then I don't, it just doesn't, it doesn't make sense to me. I wish they had like a hair on a bumper expert who could come. What if that's like your job? Like, I'm a hair on a bumper expert. I'm sorry, I can't do luncheon today. I'm a hair on a bumper expert. And I have a trial to testify in. Is it John's hair? So they ended up having to do mitochondrial DNA testing on it, and they said that it is John's hair. Bring a hairologist, right? I love y'all's suggestions. Y'all are the best. Bev probably wouldn't let them in. Brennan would definitely be like, no. What is his methodology? That's what Brennan would say. What's his methodology? Not only did the fragments of glass and the hair travel many miles, but then it was driven on an incline on a wrecker and reversed off the wrecker. Lots of travel, bumps, wind, and incline. Yeah, it just, none of it makes sense. They never said it's an arm hair. But see, there's no root on it, and there's no, and that's another thing too, like the DNA that they have on the taillight, it's not on any part of the inside of the taillight. It's only on the exterior, and there's also 2 other unknown profiles on there, which is why Yannetti was asking earlier during cross-examination when Brian Galliano or whatever, whatever his name is, he didn't check Chief Berkowitz or Tully or Kevin Albert. He didn't get their DNA because they checked Proctor and Buchanan's against the DNA profiles that were found on that taillight because there's still 2 unknown DNA profiles. So no blood or tissue. I feel like if those wounds are going to come from the taillight, there would be some kind of blood or tissue somewhere on that car, somewhere. But there's not. Are we getting a lunch break too, or do I have to just pause? Yes, I am. Yes, because I start melting to the chair after sitting here for so long. Plus, John O'Keefe was wearing long sleeves. Have they ever examined the hoodie or jacket he was wearing? Did either of those have holes in it? Yes, he wasn't wearing a jacket, but they did have the hoodie, and it does have holes in it. But the expert for the defense is saying that those holes are like punctures. It doesn't look like, it looks like punctures. I'm sure they'll show it when they do the experts up there. No glass on the hoodie. So there was no plastic on the hoodie. That is something that Lally said in the last trial, which was, I can't even tell you how many times like I had to be like, no, that's facts, not in evidence. The person who testified about this, and I think Maureen Hartnett's one of them, but they went through that whole process. They did, well, first of all of the clothes were put like together. And then we've heard already, like there was a big issue with, chain of custody, them being left out on the butcher paper, all that good stuff. And then when they did the analyzing of them, they had a woman who testified from the lab, and she said, everything was handed to her, like the clothes were together, they were handed to her. She got any big pieces of debris off of everything, and then they take like a metal spatula and scrape it for any extra debris. And she said that in all of the debris that's scraped, and then all of the debris that was in the stuff, like the bag of everything together, is put in its own little thing. So there are like pieces of taillight that were in there, but there's no idea of where they came from. They were just in all of that together. Lally said during, I think, closings, or maybe openings, or maybe both, that there were like microscopic pieces of taillight found in the sleeve of the shirt, and that's not true at all. And so anyways, so she was very specific about what they found, but that's how rumors get started. All right, y'all, I am melting to my chair because I haven't moved my body in 4 hours. So I am going to go scarf down some food. I can leave, let me give you a banner to let us. What time are they coming back from lunch? 1 something. Back at 1:40. Back at 1:40. Save. 1:40. There we go. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I will bring Bruce Leroy to say hi before we come back live. He's the only one that hasn't been on the Zoo Crew cam. All right, do y'all want beach cam while we're gone, or do you want to watch the OnlyFans? I know how much y'all love OnlyFans. Let's see. I'm leaving. It's my niece's graduation, high school graduation, and I am leaving when I'm done with all my work today to drive to the beach. So beach cam is good. It'll get me in the mood. There we go. All right. I am going to take a little lunch. I will be back. I will see y'all in just a few minutes. Oops. Stop pressing buttons, Brandi. This is Bruce Leroy. Say hi, Bruce. Say hi. Say hi to your friends. Bruce Leroy. Isn't he cute? He's like, why do you have me in here? All right, I'm gonna go put him back. I love him. That was probably really creepy, huh? That part was really creepy. Um, I'm trying to not sneak up on y'all. I always scare somebody anyway. Hello. I did get my water, and Chat Daddy made me a sandwich for lunch. It was so good. He went and filled my car up and put Rain-X on my windshield because I'm driving to the beach tonight. The fan has 1 million subscribers, right? Did I miss the turtle? Yes, I brought Bruce Leroy out. Um, right after I finished my sandwich. Hello, hello, hello. You got me again walking down the hall, turning around looking for the take a poll to see which one won, the turtle or the hare. Aw, a little hare that could. Stop pressing buttons, Brandi. Is my sound muffled? It does that sometimes. And I don't know why. Hold on, let me look. It's like my microphone just gets tired of having to listen to me. Let's see. I have, hold on, let me just refresh. BRB. Does that sound any better? If not, I'll just be quiet for the rest of the day. That's better. Okay. I don't know why it does that. No clue. I'm telling you, my microphone gets tired of listening to me. Maybe it's StreamYard. I don't know. We don't know. We don't know these things. What's the percent chance we start with a sidebar? Literally 1 million% chance. Like we live at sidebar and recess. Oh, I wish it was like real recess, like where you get to go outside and play. And then like you come in and take a nap. Oh. I did not appreciate that as much as I should have when I was a kid. And now I'm like, I would give anything to whip out my little blue mat and take a nap. I'll text him. I haven't heard from him today about how he's doing. So I'll find out. Does anyone know why court was canceled yesterday? Karen Reed was sick. She was not feeling well. You got naps. I was robbed. Yeah, but I didn't appreciate them back then. And now I'm like, oh my gosh, I would love a nap. They don't do naps at my kids' school. They just give them half days. Half days. Gotta love a half day. Chat Daddy sounds amazing. Chat Daddy is amazing. He the best. Bruce Leroy is cute. I didn't know if I'd like turtles. He's adorable, isn't he? He was okay. So he has like this little like round thing that he kind of gives him shade, and he can hide under there if he's like feeling, super non-social. So he was under there, and it kind of like buries into like the dirt a little bit, So because I don't want to lift it up because then it just disrupts everything. So he was under there, and I was like, oh, I was gonna, bring him for show and tell. So I called him. I was like, Bruce Leroy, come here, buddy, and he came out. I was like, he loves me. He got a worm for that. Does anyone find it funny that they pronounce bar like ba, but law like lar? I don't know why. And I can't help but repeat it. It's like instinctive. I can't help but repeat it when they say it. When they're like, Brendan did it a minute ago. He said something about law enforcement, and I was like, lar. I can't help but I have to. My brain is like, don't repeat it, don't repeat it. Lar. I can't help it. It just does it. Can't help it. Still singing, rock the side bar, rock the side bar. I depend on you repeating it. Thank you, Cheyenne. Thank you. Because I can't not repeat it. You've made me start repeating them too. We're in this together. We add an R to words and remove them in other words. It's like y'all just throw them in wherever. Just throw them in, sprinkle them around. Like, we'll just do it our own way. I dig it. Brady, I love Bruce Leroy. When I was in college, my friend had a turtle named Lois. I didn't realize it until after she was scratching under the bed and scared me to death. Oh, yeah, that turtle's supposed to live for like 40 years or something. Do you think the attorneys watch your stream and think of questions to ask the witnesses? Well, Brennan quoted my podcast, so I know they have. I know that some things are monitored. Yes. Ours are optional. Just throw them in wherever. When did you get Bruce Leroy? Like, how old is he? I don't know how old he is. I need to ask Chat Daddy because Chat Daddy, look, all I had was Lucy, and then I inherited a farm when me and Chat Daddy got married. A whole farm. I had a turkey and cheese sandwich with pickles and pretzels I watched him follow the first trial, but having trouble with this one because I'm really done with Bev and the MSP. It is, it is tough to deal with. My biggest thing is Brent. I can't, like, I'm not, I can't, Brennan. I am not looking forward to him on Cross of Crash Daddies. I know that I am going to be really angry. I know I am. I rescued a turtle in 2020 when Tiger King was popular. I named her Carol because she's always basking on her rock. Aw, I love her. That's cute. See, I've always had a thing for sea turtles and love them. And then Bruce Leroy, he's not a sea turtle, but he's just as precious. How long a drive to the beach, and what does Brandi listen to on a drive? I listen to podcasts, and the drive is about 5.5 hours from here. So I got to drive tonight because the graduation's tomorrow night. So I have to be streaming tomorrow during the day. So I got to drive tonight so I can stream from the condo tomorrow and then go to graduation tomorrow night. So y'all will see, we'll be at condo Thursday and Friday. No Zoo Crew cam, but you'll get Lucy cam. Did you see RA's replay when hot mic moment when Bev called? No. Did she? No. That's funny though. Hold on, let me look. Was that when he said the stuff about Tully? Hold on. How far into the stream was that? The Tully stuff. That's really funny. 2 hours. Right after the drunk cruise request. Hold on, we got to go back and listen to this. It was
knowledge prior to your arrival of how long Michael Proctor had been with that SUV before you got there, correct?
we got to hear it now.
Proctor while he was. And before you got there, you had no idea how much access Michael Proctor.
Yes. Correct.
At the time, Michael Proctor was a state trooper. Correct?
Yes, he was.
And you knew he was also the lead investigator on the case, correct?
He was the case.
At the time of that interview on July 18th, before you began questioning of Colin Albert with that unit, correct?
That's correct.
So you've been there for approximately 2 years, a little bit more than 2 years.
That's correct.
And so you were there when Lieutenant Tully was removed as the supervisor of that unit, correct?
That's sustained, and folks should to disregard that.
Now, if I could request an instruction.
Jurors, pay no attention to that question or answer. That is not properly before you with this witness.
Is Lieutenant Tully still the supervisor of that unit?
Yes.
I'm going to see you at sidebar for just a minute, please.
You heard it sidebar.
I will hear you.
She did. Oh. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. That's hilarious. Hot mic. One more. Oh, well, now I've lost it again. Hold on. Let me see.
And when you joined the Norfolk CPAC unit, did Michael Proctor reveal to you that he and Kevin Albert had socialized together by drinking alcohol in his cruiser?
Sustained in jurors, I'm going to ask you to strike that question. Disregard.
I need to be heard at sidebar.
I will hear you.
That's hilarious. Oh my gosh. Also, okay, but also, I would not be able to, I would not be able to fix my face or keep from showing my snark. So I can't say, but that's also why I'm not a judge. Oh my gosh. I hope she called him an a-hole. I hope that the jury didn't hear that. Yeah, I think it was yeah, it was definitely aimed at Yannetti. She's not. She's mm. That's really funny.
Questions and attempting to introduce the taillight housing. Do you remember that?
Yes,
And you mentioned there were a number of items in that bag.
that's correct.
And during that break, did we have a chance to look inside the bag,
Yes,
accompanied by counsel for the defense?
Got
Yes.
in that bag. Oh,
When items are stored in a bag, is it common for them to be transferred to other locations other than your evidence locker?
I'm sorry, can you rephrase that
Sure.
information?
When
that
you
question?
store a piece of evidence in an evidence bag and you put it in the evidence locker for safekeeping, does the evidence sometimes travel to other places?
Yes,
If it's tested for other types of information, maybe DNA or biological fluids, can that item be transferred to another department?
yes,
Is sometimes that item brought back and forth to court for other proceedings?
yes.
And do you know if this item has been on different travels over time?
I do know that it went into several different units within the laboratory, yes.
When you opened up the bag and you said the housing was in that bag, the other items that were in the bag, do you know when they were put in there?
No, I do not.
Do they appear to be pieces that are consistent with the taillight housing?
I can't testify to whether or not they're consistent.
When you saw the pieces, do you know whether or not any of the pieces broke off that taillight housing?
I do not know.
The taillight housing, did it have any loose pieces when you first retrieved it from the Canton Police Department?
No, it did not. It had missing pieces, but nothing was loose on the taillight housing itself at the time that I collected it.
And the loose pieces on the bottom of that bag, they were in the bag when you opened it this morning?
Yes, that's correct.
The loose pieces, last time you had an opportunity to open that bag was how long ago?
The only time I opened that, the packaging for the taillight housing was in the laboratory when I first examined it in 2023.
And do you have any indication this has passed many hands or hands since then?
I do know that that item went to the trace unit after I examined it.
Those loose pieces in the bottom of the bag, I'm going to ask you to keep them with the taillight housing.
Okay.
And I'm going to move that piece of evidence. Evidence, I may have one moment. Okay.
No, there's so many evidence issues.
One last question. When a bag is opened by somebody who's examining it, if there are small loose pieces accompanying the item, is it ever packaged in separate baggies or containers?
In the criminalistics unit, so I can only speak for myself in my individual examination, if there are loose items within the item that's packaged with it, I would separate it and potentially separate into a smaller package and put it inside the larger container so that it doesn't get lost.
In addition to the loose pieces in the bottom of that bag, do you see separate small containers, packaging of smaller pieces?
Yes, there were 2 smaller containers within that larger bag.
And those smaller packages that are separate from the actual larger item, did you put smaller pieces in those small bags?
I did not do that.
It's done by somebody other than you.
At some point, yes.
Okay. I now move to introduce that into evidence.
No objection, subject to the explanation and cross-examination, Your Honor.
Okay.
Oh, unless he's doing,
Could you present that?
I wonder
Yes.
if we're all going to feel like we're in trouble again.
Yes.
I didn't mean to explain it.
The whole bag.
Yes. And you can keep the gloves on. I just want to be able to show the small.
Oh, okay, that's fine. I'll just get in here.
After it's marked.
Sure.
Exhibit 146.
You've already showed us the housing. Can you show us some of the small pieces in the bottom of the bag and also the small separate packaging that you did not package?
Yes.
Thank you.
We just came back from lunch, so she's just unbagging evidence. We've only been back for a minute.
Could you explain what those are?
These are 2 small glassine envelopes that were in the container.
Any markings on those envelopes?
Yes. Would you like me to read them?
Please.
Some of it is illegible to me. I didn't write it. Oh, I'm sorry. It appears to be at least the second half of the case number. It's possible that's the 2202184. 3-1 pieces E, G, I'm not sure if it's an M or an H, I, S, K. This also has a case number 22-02184. 3-1 assorted small pieces.
Thank you. And was there any pieces that weren't packaged other than the housing in that bag?
Yes.
And could you show us, please?
This item was also located in the bag.
Like, you know, like the Mary Poppins bag where she just keeps pulling stuff out?
And these two items were also located in the bag.
Thank you very much. May I approach?
Yes.
I'll take that.
They never start. Ugh. What keeps happening?
Thank you.
When you brought the taillight housing back to the lab, did you take it out of the bag and do anything with it?
Yes, during my examination, I did remove it from the bag to look at it.
When you, after you looked at it or during your observations, did you take any samples from it?
Yes, I did.
Explain to us what you did.
I took a polyester swab. I moistened it with sterile water, and then I applied that swab to the external front areas of the taillight.
Why did you do that?
My goal was to collect any potential biological material that was present on the exterior of the taillight.
Did you engage in that procedure pursuant to your training and experience?
Yes, I did.
If we could have former P-187 back on the screen, which is now an exhibit.
Yeah, it's like the extra pieces from like IKEA
Could you use the
furniture.
pointer and the television to your right? Could you show us or show the jury where you took a swab, what areas?
Yes.
Thank you.
So I took my collection from this upper right-hand corner, the red apparent plastic, as well from this area down here, another piece of red plastic, and then these clear apparent plastic here on the front of the taillight housing. Basically, any areas that would have been exposed when the taillight was intact.
Why do you take the swab and go to multiple different parts of an item?
The goal of this collection was just to determine if there's any biological material in that area. And there's no forensic relevance related to if it came from the upper right or the lower left. I took that collection as a whole. And in addition, there was a very small surface area to begin with.
When you took the swab, did you run it along the breaks in the red part?
Like the edges here?
Yes, the edges.
It's possible, yes, that I collected from those edges.
Do you have a memory of what part you actually swabbed?
I remember swabbing the external areas of the taillight, those that would have been on the outside prior to any damage being done.
Hold on. He's trying to create evidence where evidence doesn't exist. Did you just see what he just did? He's trying to create evidence where evidence does not exist. She said just then that she swabbed it on the places that would have been exposed when it was intact. And he's like, oh, so did you right here where it's broken? Did you do it right there? He's trying to make it look like, because we know that John's DNA was on it, and so were two other dudes who we don't know. And he's trying to make it look like, oh, so you swabbed it right there. So then the DNA could have been from right there. That's not what she said, sir. In the last trial and this one, she just said she swabbed it on the places that would have been exposed while it was intact. That side, that part is not what would have been exposed. That was...
Down, please.
He's sneaky.
After you engage in the procedure of taking a swab, what do you do to preserve that swab?
That swab is air dried. It's then repackaged in a small glassine envelope. A portion of the swab is also put in a clear plastic tube, which is sent forward to the DNA unit.
Did you do that?
Yes, I did.
Why do you go through that type of procedure? Why do you take that many steps?
I'm sorry, may I correct my answer from the
Please.
last question?
Please.
My apologies. So in this particular instance, the entire swab was cut up and put into plastic tubes for further testing.
Why did you do it that way?
This item was quantity limited. The swab itself was quantity limited, meaning that they'd have to use up the whole swab in order to run DNA analysis.
Did you do DNA analysis on the swab?
No, I did not.
Why not?
I don't work in the DNA unit, so that is the job of a different analyst.
At some point, did you take that item that had been preserved and put it into evidence?
Yes, I did.
Were you shown a bag full of red plastic cups with an item in it when you were at the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I was.
Could we have Exhibit 56, please? Thank you. This is a photograph that's been marked as an exhibit. Do you recognize what's in that exhibit?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
Those are 6 red plastic cups that contained frozen red-brown stains.
Did you do anything relative to the content of those cups?
I took a collection from one of the cups using 2 sterile cotton swabs.
Can you just briefly explain what that process entails?
Yes. I allowed the frozen red-brown stains to thaw. I applied sterile water to 2 cotton swabs, and then I applied it to one of the red-brown stained cups to collect the material from inside.
How do you preserve and maintain the integrity of whatever sample you collect?
That sample is then entered into a glassine envelope, a large aluminum envelope. It is then sealed with my initials and date. It is given an independent item number and stored within the proper unit within the lab.
Take that down. Thank you. At some point, did you look at clothing?
Yes, I did.
Where did you look at clothing?
I examined the clothing from this case at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
Was the items brought to the crime laboratory?
Yes, they were.
Did you have a chance to unpackage them?
Yes, I did.
When you received them, how were they stored?
They were stored in brown paper bags and potentially boxes. I don't remember off the top of my head.
And did you look at a number of different items of clothing?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you a series of 4 photographs. I'm going to ask you about each one of them individually. You recognize the first photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a photograph I took of a gray sweatshirt.
Does that photograph accurately depict the sweatshirt as it appeared to you when you looked at it?
Yes, it does.
You look at the second photograph, please. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is an additional photograph of the front of the gray sweatshirt where I had put some markings on the sweatshirt.
Why did you put markings on the sweatshirt?
These markings specifically are noting areas of damage.
Third photograph, please. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
And what's in that photograph?
This is a close-up photo of the area of damage that I denoted as 1.
And a fourth photograph, please. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a close-up of area damage 1.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that day when you examined this particular item?
Yes.
All right, move these 4 photographs into evidence.
I could just see them quickly.
Yeah, my YouTube just started
No objection, Your Honor.
So let's mark on
Crashing
one
out.
exhibit A, B, C, D, please.
Exhibit 147, A, B, C, and D.
Thank you. With the court's permission, could we please show former P190 to the jury?
Yes.
Is that one of the photographs you just recognized?
Yes, it is.
And could you explain to us what you see?
This is the exterior front of the gray sweatshirt. There is linear damage between the top and bottom of the sweatshirt, as well as linear damage across each sleeve of the sweatshirt.
Do you see the cut down the front of that sweatshirt?
Yes.
Did you distinguish that cut as any different than the damage on the arm?
I did not do any damage analysis on that particular area of damage.
Why not?
Typically in these type of events, you'll see those types of damage associated with clothing being removed from emergency medical technicians, so they're not forensically relevant.
Thank you. If we could turn now to former P194. Is this the same sweatshirt?
Yes, it is.
And there's a little bit difference. Is markings or tabs on it?
Yes, that's correct.
What are you doing there?
I put tabs on each of the areas of damage on the sleeve and 2 on the chest that I was going to examine further.
When you put the tabs on, do you write a report or mark it in any way to memorialize it in case the tabs fall off?
Yes, in this case, they were marked tabs 1 through 9. Those are not permanent on the sweatshirt. They're actually just pieces of filter paper that I use to mark it.
Could we, Ms. Gilman, zoom in on that right arm, please? Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. What is written on those tabs?
Each tab has a number on it that corresponds with an area of damage that I examined.
And when you write a report, when you memorialize it, is that keep an accounting of each?
Yes, that's correct.
If we could turn now to former P196, which is 147C. What does that depict, ma'am?
That is a close-up of the area of damage 1 that I did further examination on.
Could we zoom in a little bit on the, yes, the circle part? Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what it looked like when you examined it?
Yes, it is.
You said the circle.
Finally, if we could have P197, which is Exhibit 147D. What are you doing there?
That's a close-up photo of that same area of damage 1 with a scale included.
We just saw a close-up of
R.
one of the holes that was marked number 1. Did you do the same analysis for each and every one of those areas that you marked?
Yes, I did.
And did you look close up at each and every one of them and measure each and every one of them?
Yes, I did.
Are there photographs showing all of those different angles for each and every hole that you went through?
Yes, I took numerous photographs of each area of damage.
You could take that down, please. In addition to that sweatshirt, did you look at any other clothing items?
Yes, I did.
Court's permission, can I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Those are the ones that the expert was saying are like puncture, or that the defense was saying it looks like puncture
Showing
wounds.
you
like
two
from a gun.
photographs. You could look at the first one. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is item 7-17. It's an orange t-shirt.
Is it fair? Thank you. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the t-shirt when you examined it?
Yes, it is.
And the second photograph, please, take a look.
Yes.
Do you recognize what's in that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is the other side of the orange t-shirt.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the t-shirt when you examined it?
Yes, it is.
All right, move these two photographs into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Welcome.
Exhibits 148A and B.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show P232 to the jury.
Okay.
Could you tell us what you see?
That is a photograph of item 7-17 is the back of the orange t-shirt.
Could we zoom a little in on the numbers on the bottom, Ms. Gilman? What's that on the bottom?
That is the case number, the individual item number for that t-shirt, my initials and the date that I examined it, or the date that I took the photo.
So you had obtained this item on that date, or this is when you examined it and already had it?
That is the date that I opened it up, examined it, and took the photo.
And on the left, what's that ruler used for?
That's a scale just to show the size of the item.
Could we zoom back out and get a full look at that? Thank you. If you could turn next to P233, Ms. Gilman. What is that, a photograph of?
That is a photograph of the front of the orange t-shirt, item 7-17.
Ms. Gilman, can we first see the bottom left-hand corner, zoomed in a little bit? Thank you. Why did you place a marker there?
I used markers on this item to note areas of staining that I was going to do further analysis on.
Did you do further analysis of that stain area?
Yes, I did.
And how did you do that? Any different than the swab you talked about before?
This I screened for blood, and I'd have to check my notes for any further testing I did on it.
When you screened it for blood, was it a positive or negative result?
That was positive.
Do you know if you did anything further with it?
May I check my notes?
With the
Yes.
court's permission? Thank you.
Can you turn the lights up, please? Thank you.
Please.
Yes, I also performed a confirmatory test for blood on that stain.
So what's the difference between a preliminary and a confirmatory test?
A screening test, other types of materials may cause a positive reaction. For the confirmatory test, it is confirmatory for blood, as well as it indicates human blood, although you might get a positive reaction from primate blood or ferret blood.
Could we now turn to the top right and zoom in if you would? We see 3 tabs there. What are you looking for in those areas?
Those are 3 additional red-brown stains that I performed further testing on.
And do you have the results of that testing?
So I performed a screening test on each of those tests, and each of those screening tests was positive. I performed a confirmatory test on stains A and C, which were also positive. I did not perform that test on stain B due to its small size.
If you could zoom out just a little bit, please. Similar to the sweatshirt, there's long cuts through the front of that t-shirt. Is your analysis and opinion any different than the similar cuts that you saw on the sweatshirt?
Yes, I did not perform any additional analysis on those areas of damage due to the fact that they're most likely attributed to the emergency medical technicians or medical personnel removing that item of clothing.
Thank you. You could take that down, please, Ms. Gilman. And for the final piece of clothing, did you have a chance to look at pants?
I did look at a pair of jeans, yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I've handed you 2 photographs. The first one, do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is a photograph of the front of the pair of jeans, item 7-1.
Could you look at the second photograph, please? Do you recognize what's in that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a photograph of the back of the pair of jeans, item 7-1.
Do both of those photographs fairly depict what you saw when you examined the clothing?
Yes, they do.
I'd move these 2 to evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Exhibits 149A and B.
With the court's permission, I'd show P242, which is 149A, to the jury.
Okay.
Was there anything of note when you examined these pants?
These pants also had linear damage between the top and the bottom, which would be consistent with cuts made by emergency medical personnel when removing the item.
If we could zoom in to show those cuts, Ms. Gilman. And could we scroll down, please? Thank you. If we could next show P243, which is 149B. Could you zoom in on the top part of those pants, please? Do you make any observations or notes about the pants?
May I look at my notes, please?
With the court's permission, please. Thank you.
I noted numerous red-brown stains on the clothing, as well as dirt and debris on the clothing.
What part of the pants did you note the dirt and debris?
It was just a general observation. I didn't specifically denote where it was.
Ms. Gilman, could you scroll from the top to the bottom of the pants, please? Thank you. You can take that down, please. Did you perform any additional testing relative to the clothing that you examined, that being the sweatshirt, the t-shirt, and the pants?
I performed numerous tests on each of the red-brown stains on the items that I marked.
After you completed examining the red and brown stains, did you do any other type of testing or evidence collection relative to the clothing?
Yes, I did.
Could you share with the jury what you did as far as further evidence collection relative to the clothing?
Can we take it item by item? How would you
Sure
prefer
can.
to do it?
Let's start with the sweatshirt.
Okay. So in addition to testing the red-brown stains, I collected any stain that was positive or confirmatory for blood. After performing that collection, I also performed a collection around the tears on the right sleeve of the item. That's using 2 cotton swabs moistened with sterile water, which I vigorously rubbed around the areas of the teared areas on the sleeve. I also performed an additional scraping and swabbing of the unstained area of the sweatshirt for any potential skin cell recovery. In addition, I performed a debris collection from the sweatshirt.
I want to stop you there. I want you to explain to us in some detail, what is a debris collection and how do you undergo a debris collection?
After I've completed all the testing that I'm going to do on the item, I remove any large items that may be present on the item, such as apparent hairs or fibers, anything that I can pick off, I can visibly see with a pair of tweezers. Once that is done, I will do I did a general debris collection where I took a large metal spatula-shaped object and scraped the clothing, or in this particular case, the sweatshirt. And any debris that came off the sweatshirt was put into a glassine fold and preserved.
Before you tried to scrape off any debris that was on the sweatshirt, could you, to your own eye, see any debris in the sweatshirt?
May I check my notes?
Yes.
In this particular case, I did pick off a couple of pieces of what I termed black debris. I made no additional analysis of that item. I packaged that separately, and then the scrapings themselves, I did not make any observations of anything contained in those scrapings. So there was nothing of note that I could have put in my notes to further classify them.
When you do the scraping, is there a table or a desk that you would see small pieces or difficult pieces? How do you contain what you're scraping from an item?
I lay out a piece of glassine paper, which is approximately 6 inches by 6 inches, and I scrape the debris into that glassine, and then I fold it up and put it in an additional envelope to prevent anything from falling out.
So if there's any debris, you would fold it in the glassine and then put that in a separate envelope?
Yes, that's correct.
And did you continue to study and scrape the other pieces of clothing?
Yes, I performed that same type of scraping on the orange t-shirt. That scraping was combined with the scrapings from the sweatshirt. I performed the same scraping on the jeans as well as the boxer shorts.
In that scraping process, did you acquire debris?
Yes, there was some visible debris.
How small were the pieces?
I did not make any measurements of it.
Why not?
That's done by a different analysis unit, so I didn't do any type of analysis on that debris.
How small or large were the pieces of debris that you scraped from the clothing?
I did not take any measurements of them.
Just said that, dude.
How did you store the debris that you scraped from the clothing?
It was put into a glassine fold, given a separate item number, and then put into a larger glassine fold so that it could be tracked throughout the laboratory.
Do you have that item number?
Yes, I do. So the debris from the sweatshirt and t-shirt was item 7-18.18.
I'm going to ask you one more time for that number.
7-18.18.
And that's the debris that you scraped from the shirt and the sweatshirt.
Correct.
Did you do any debris scrapings from the pants?
Yes, I did.
Was any debris produced from the pants?
Yes.
Was it similarly packaged?
Yes, that's correct.
Was there a different item number given for the pants?
Yes.
And what was that item number?
May I check my notes?
Yes.
Thank you. That item number, the debris from the jeans, was 7-1.8.
Those two items, the debris that you acquired from those clothing items, did you send them anywhere?
I put those in our secured storage unit, and they were later forwarded on to the trace unit for analysis.
They later went to the trace unit?
Yes, that's correct.
When you arrived at Canton on February 1st, 2022, do you recall what the weather was like outside?
I don't recall. I just know that it was winter.
You said when you first get to a scene, you have a conversation about the investigator's information to help your assessment. And I don't want you to discuss what that conversation may have been, but did you have a similar conversation?
Yes, I did.
When you're looking at an item that's been stored, like in this case, a car, does the weather conditions, ice, cold, snow, ever preserve or maintain evidence on an item longer than it otherwise would stay?
I'm sorry, can you ask that one more time, please?
Does ice or snow or the weather ever maintain evidence longer than otherwise would stay? For example,
I don't have any data or information to that.
Dater.
have you ever had an opportunity to view videos of the Lexus when it was first stored and the condition of snow and ice on it and the thawing process of that?
I don't believe that's the part of the video I saw, no.
You saw a video after the snow had already melted?
I don't know if the snow had melted. When I saw the vehicle, it did not have snow on it.
Okay,
Bring back
thank you. I
snow
have no further
capping.
questions.
Okay.
We're behind. We're behind a couple
Your Honor,
seconds.
may I approach the
Yes.
witness?
Okay.
Pursuant to a stipulation with the Commonwealth, we've stipulated into evidence various documents. So what I'd like, with Your Honor's permission, and to the clerk,
Great.
have them marked as next in order, and then I'll proceed from there.
Thank you. Should any be marked A, B, and C, or are they each separate?
Separate, please.
Okay.
Y'all get ready. We're about to all be in trouble.
Exhibit 154.
And Your Honor, if I could just show Mr. Wolf this to make this more
Okay.
efficient for the last one. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you for that opportunity, Your Honor. And if I could, please, I'll leave these here. These are all going to be published with Your Honor's permission, but obviously the witness is going to need them for us.
So you can put them right on the witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. And lastly, may I approach for the witness? Thank you. You may leave this.
Sure, thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hartnett.
Good afternoon.
Is it acceptable to you for me to refer to you as Ms. Hartnett?
Yes, that's fine.
Thank you. You were dispatched to the Sally Port at the Canton Police Department on February 1st, 2022 by former Massachusetts State Trooper Michael Proctor, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You understood at that time that Michael Proctor was the lead detective, the person who was in control of the investigation?
Yes, that's what I was informed of when I arrived.
While you were there, one of the things that you did initially was to conduct an overview of the vehicle meaning the black Lexus SUV that you talked about extensively on direct, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
That was important to you, given the limited information that you had at the time about what was contended to be a potential motor vehicle pedestrian incident, correct?
That is something that I would do in any type of exam where I'm looking at a vehicle. I look at the overall vehicle.
So you were looking for anything possible that would rise to the level of investigative concern regarding that vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you're familiar with the parlance investigative concern, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's why you noted various items, for example, scratches on the vehicle?
Yes.
You didn't draw any conclusions as to where those scratches came from, though, did you?
No, I did not.
The dent that you noted and photographed that you discussed on your direct examination, you likewise made no conclusion as to the source or cause of that dent, correct?
That's correct.
And you did therefore not make any or draw any conclusions as to whether that dent was caused by any motor vehicle or pedestrian accident, correct?
Correct.
You're a forensic scientist too for the Massachusetts State Police Department, as I understand it?
Yes.
With regard to the taillight that you spoke about rather extensively on your direct examination, you likewise were not able to, and you make no conclusions as to the cause of that broken taillight, correct?
That's correct.
And you draw, therefore, no conclusions with regard to whether that taillight became in the condition that was discussed on direct examination pursuant to any alleged motor vehicle pedestrian incident, correct?
Correct.
Correct.
The dent, the scratches, the broken taillight on the Lexus, to your knowledge, as you sit here today, could have existed before February 1st, 2022, when you went to Sallyport, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And to your knowledge, the dent, the scratches, the broken taillight could have existed before January 29th of 2022, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You also looked for, as you stated, tissue, blood, biological material, and things of that nature on the vehicle, correct?
Yes, I did.
In that inspection of the vehicle, you didn't see any visible stains or tissue on the vehicle, did you?
No, I did not.
You were told, Ms. Hartnett, that there were wounds on the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And at the time you went to the Sallyport on February 1st of 2022, you were not shown a photograph by anybody of the wounds on the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe, were you?
No, I was not.
However, you've seen since then a photograph of the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe and the wounds on that right arm, correct?
Yes, I have.
With your Honor's permission, if I could publish Exhibit 1 in evidence?
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Wolf?
Yeah, unless he looks right. I thought he was 65, but I could be wrong. So he might be
Ms.
65.
Hartnett,
But yeah,
I'd ask you to take a look at that, and you recognize that what's depicted in that Exhibit 1, correct?
Yes, I do.
And you've seen that pattern of wounds on the right arm as depicted in a photograph of the decedent before, correct?
I've seen this photo before, yes.
You cannot state whether the wounds on the right arm as depicted in Exhibit 1 are from a motor vehicle, can you?
That would be on the scope of my expertise. I don't make any conclusions on injuries on a person.
So the answer is you cannot and do not make any conclusions with regard to the source of the wounds on the right arm as Mr. O'Keefe as depicted in that Exhibit 1, correct?
That's correct.
And you're also not able to state whether you observed anything on the vehicle.
Mr. Lessie, can we put are you done with this?
I'm not yet,
Okay.
Your Honor, but I will let the court know. It'll be shortly. Thank you. And you cannot state that you observed anything on the SUV that would cause the wounds on the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe as depicted in Exhibit 1, correct?
That is not a type of analysis I would perform.
So the answer to that question is no, you cannot state that you observed anything on the vehicle that would cause those wounds to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
Sustain.
We can now take that down, Your Honor. Thank you. Did you look toward the top of the lift gate of the Lexus vehicle when you were at the Sallyport Kent Police Department on February 1st of 2022?
Are you referring to the exterior or the interior?
Exterior.
I don't recall specifically looking at that area. I did an overall examination of the vehicle, with exception to the actual roof of the vehicle. So I don't remember specifically looking at that area.
So as you sit here today, there is nothing notable with regard to that area of the vehicle, correct?
I had nothing in my notes regarding that area, no.
And as you sit here today, there's nothing you're recalling that is notable about the tap part around the lift gate of the back of the SUV, correct?
That's correct.
Did anyone ask you to examine that area?
Not that area specifically, no.
Do you understand what I will refer to as the undercarriage of the vehicle?
Yes.
And what, just for the jury's better understanding, what are you referring to when you refer to the undercarriage of the vehicle? I know it may be common sense, but just to be clear.
What I understand the undercarriage to be, where if I was laying underneath the car, what I would be looking at, it include the muffler, various pipes, but that's the extent of my knowledge of vehicles.
So if we're talking about the back of the vehicle, and if we go sort of top to bottom, top where we were talking about the lift gate going all the way down and then go to the bumper and then go under the bumper and where it curls under the bumper, then with the bumper and underneath and more a little toward the front, is that what you're referring to as the undercarriage?
Yes, just the general area underneath the vehicle, extending from under the bumper to the front of the vehicle.
Right, so the undercarriage is not merely from the back, but it's underneath all the way toward the front of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you refer to all, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. So all that area you refer to as the undercarriage.
Yes.
Did you notice anything of note in the undercarriage, as you just described it, of the vehicle?
No, I did not.
And as regards sampling that you discussed on your direct examination, did you take any samples of that undercarriage area of the vehicle?
I did not collect anything from the undercarriage, no.
And is the reason you didn't collect anything because you didn't see anything of note that was worthy of collection?
In addition to that, I also performed some testing of that area.
And what testing of that area did you perform?
I performed screening tests on some of the lower lying areas of the undercarriage, on the tire flaps, the edge of the bumper, the muffler pipe.
And what were the results of that testing, that screening testing?
Those results were negative.
And negative for what?
It was a screening test for the possible presence of blood.
So on the entire undercarriage, from where we started in the very back, all the way underneath, all the way up to the front, the screening test came back negative for any blood or other biological material or anything else of note that would be part of that screening test.
So I did not perform a screening test on the entire undercarriage. I just performed the screening test on the lower lying areas, and those were all negative. And there was also no visible staining in that area, so that is correct.
What I'd like to do now is to talk about sort of overall what we just discussed. So you discussed certain damage to the vehicle. You had no way on February 1st, and you have no way today of knowing whether any or all of that damage was pre-existing before January 29th of 2022, correct?
That's correct.
So it's possible that all the damage that you've discussed could have existed before January 29th of 2022.
Yes, that's possible.
Are you aware of the odometer reading of the Lexus when it was in the Sallyport garage?
No, I'm not.
If we showed you a document in evidence that would have that on the mileage on the odometer, might that refresh your recollection as to what the mileage was?
That's not something I made a note of or even observed on the day that I was looking at the vehicle.
Okay, so you were there with Trooper Clark on February 1st, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Are you aware of whether Trooper Clark observed and took a picture of the odometer? Are you aware if that happened?
I'm not aware of that specific picture.
The mileage on the vehicle was of no interest to you in your inspection as a forensic scientist too?
So my role as a forensic scientist too is to look for potential biological fluids and trace materials on an item. The mileage would not be something that I have ever made note of in any of my examinations of the vehicle.
So but you do analyze damage, correct?
I perform damage analysis on textiles and softer materials, not on vehicles.
But you performed the damage analysis on this vehicle, correct?
No, that's not correct.
So you observed damage on this vehicle, correct?
Yes.
But although you observed damage for your role, your position is that the mileage is of not of interest regarding your role. Have I got that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Moving on to another category, you spoke on direct examination about solo cups and 6 solo cups, and there were depictions put on the screen. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
So on February 1st, in addition to taking some swabs from the vehicle, you also mentioned that you took swabs of, as I recall it, frozen red-brown stains located inside the red solo cups?
Yes, that's correct.
Other than in this case, did you ever have to take swabs of red stained material from solo cups that people usually use for other purposes?
I've never performed a collection like that, no.
So this is the first time you ever performed a collection like that, correct?
I mean, the collection process itself is standard, applying the sterile water to the swabs and putting it in a potential stain of interest. However, no, I've never collected a sample from a red solo cup before.
Have you ever taken a sample from a red solo cup since that February 1st?
No, I've not.
How many swabs did you take with regard to the red solo cups?
I took 2 swabs.
How did you choose which of the 6 solo cups that you were going to take? And I understand you took 2. Did you take 2 swabs?
2 swabs, but they were considered the same sample. They were taken from the same cup, same stain.
That was what I wanted to get at, is you took 2 swabs, but they were from the same solo cup.
That's correct.
Do you recall how you chose which solo cup you were going to take the swab from?
I don't recall.
Could that be of significance, which one you chose and why?
In this particular case, I do not believe it's significant at the time.
Did you confer with anybody as to what might be the best solo cup from which to take the swab?
I did receive information about where those solo cups were collected from, which helped me in making that decision.
As a forensic scientist too, you're aware that blood stains can contain, and these red-brown stains here, could contain multiple contributors, correct?
In some instances, that is correct.
What's a multiple contributor?
A multiple contributor, I believe the term more used in the DNA unit. However, having many contributors to a particular stain just mean there may be multiple sources of that biological material.
Do you know which red-brown stains that are contended to be found at the scene relate to which solo cup in the bag that these solo cups were in?
The information I had at the time were that these were collected from a single stained area from beneath the victim.
But you don't have personal knowledge of that, correct?
No, that's correct. I was not present at the scene at 34 Fairview.
If the swabs were taken from multiple stains, you would have no way of knowing whether the swabs were taken from the same stain, correct?
Can you rephrase that, please?
Sure. If the swabs were taken from multiple stains, you wouldn't know where the swabs in particular came from?
So are you speaking of the swabs that I took?
Yes.
So the swabs that I took, I know came from one of those 6 cups. And I was informed that those 6 cups of red-brown stains came from a single stained area underneath the victim.
That information you just spoke about, was it put in any note that you read?
It was something that I had in my notes.
Did anybody else convey that information to you at the Sallyport?
I got that from an officer on scene at the Sallyport, but I do not recall which officer relayed that to me.
So it was verbal information you got from
That is correct.
person. Did that person show you any note or chain of custody or other document to support his or her statement in that regard?
No, they did not.
Ultimately, once you did take those swabs from a single solo cup, what did you do with the rest of the evidence in the cup?
That evidence was left with the Canton PD.
So you left the rest of the brown stained blood evidence from the solo cups with the Canton PD. You didn't take it back with you to your officer lab.
Correct.
DNA testing was not done on those swabs, was it?
I don't believe it was. No, no testing was done on those swabs.
It was Tully, Buchanan,
So
Proctor,
as
Chico,
we
and Moore that
all
were
sit
there.
here today, there has been no confirmation of whose blood those swabs relate to, correct?
At this time, those were not tested for blood at all, so I couldn't confirm that they're blood, and no additional testing was done. That is correct.
So therefore, we don't know any person or persons they might relate to.
That is correct.
And thus, we don't know if there were multiple contributors to those stains.
Objection.
Oh,
Sustained.
you testified that the remainder of the contents of the solo cup that you swabbed from, as well as the other 5 solo cups, were retained at the Canton Police Department, as you know, before you left. And that investigation, as you said at the time, was being headed up by former Trooper Proctor, correct?
That is correct.
Michael Proctor was at the Canton Police Department Sallyport location at the time you were performing your work on February 1st, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Did Michael Proctor take control of those solo cups?
I do not know who took control of the solo cups. I know that I turned them over to a Canton police officer. I handed them to a Canton police officer.
Might Michael Proctor have taken control of those solo cups?
To my knowledge, it was a Canton police officer at that time. I don't know what happened to them after they were turned over to the Canton PD.
Why is it that you believe a Canton police officer had control over those cups rather than former Trooper Proctor?
Just from my actual memory, I remember turning them. They had collected the frozen red brown stains in the cups, so it was technically their evidence. I took the sample I needed from them, so I just returned it to the officer who had presented them to me.
So therefore, after you presented them, you don't know who took control of those cups. Is that a fair conclusion?
Yes, that's correct. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
That's okay. My question probably wasn't all that clear. Ultimately, during your work and inspection of the vehicle, the SUV, the right rear taillight housing was removed as you testified to on direct examination, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you testified that a Canton police officer sort of helped you with the last stage of the removal of that taillight?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you know whether that officer was wearing, do you have a distinct recollection that that officer was wearing any special protective gloves?
I only know because I have seen the videos recently that he was wearing gloves.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your answer.
I only know that he was wearing gloves because I have recently seen the video. I do not have a firsthand memory of that.
You said you recently saw a video. When was that?
Monday.
And what was the
Maybe, I'm sorry. Let me correct myself. What day is today? I saw it Thursday, excuse me.
And what was the circumstances under which you were reviewing a video?
I had just recently found out there was video, and it's just something I wanted to see in case I was shown it on the stand so I knew what it consisted of. I hadn't seen it prior to last Thursday.
Did you testify to that on your direct and I missed it, or did it not come up? Reviewing a video.
I'm sorry, yes, I believe I was asked if I had seen the video, and yes, I had.
Okay, thank you. Now back to the tail light. Mr. Woke, if we could
Sorry.
have Exhibit 145 published.
Okay.
With your honor's permission.
Yes.
Thank you. We have up on the screens, and I know you went through this on direct, so I'm going to shortcut it. This is the tail light at the lab that you were talking about on direct, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's the taillight housing that you submitted to the lab that you had obtained from the Sallyport garage, right?
Yes,
So
correct.
just to cover quickly some basics, there was one swab taken that you mentioned on direct of that taillight.
Yes.
And you testified, if I remember correctly, on direct that well, it's better for you just, if you could with a pointer, is just show the areas you covered with that one swab.
So I collected the swab from any of what would have been exposed areas of the taillight when the taillight was intact.
What would have been exposed?
And if you could please, just give like a perimeter full, I know it's not a circle, but whatever it is, just full perimeter so the jury can see the entire area that you swabbed.
Sure. It was this upper right-hand red area, this portion down here, I believe it's red. And then there's also a portion of clear area in the front here that was swabbed. And that was all contained on a single swab.
Thank you very much. So I want to keep this up if I could, Your Honor, but we can have the lights back on if that's acceptable. So thank you. In terms of the swabbing, you did not swab, therefore, any other area of that taillight, correct? Including the area to the left of where you just drew the circle, if you will, around, correct?
I would just say it's difficult from this picture to see if there is what would have been exposed when the tip. May I finish? I'm sorry. I don't know specifically on the left from this picture if there's anything that would have been there prior to the damage. If there was an external area, it would have been included in my collection. So I just didn't include any of the internal components of the taillight. So if I'm missing a piece over there that would have been on the exterior, then I apologize. I just can't see it in the picture if it's there.
Let's just assume my discussion and my questions. You don't have to assume this. My questions are just with regard to the inside of the taillight, because you've very nicely governed and talked about the outside of the taillight as you described it, where you swab. Now I want to go to the areas that you didn't swab.
Okay.
Whatever you best can do to describe the areas of the taillight that you did not swab.
Okay.
And if you could use the laser pointer, if that
Sure.
helps you.
So I did not swab the internal areas of the taillight. So here where the light bulb would have been, or down here where it's gray.
And focusing on the more, is it okay to call it the inside part of the taillight? Is that acceptable?
Okay.
So the inside of the taillight, to be clear, you didn't swab that area.
No, I did not.
In terms of where you did swab,
I said the same thing.
given that you swabbed
Allowed.
with one swab the entire area, you are not able to say precisely where any DNA might have come from?
just said it would have been present if there was DNA present or on that swab. It would have come from the external exposed area of the taillight, should the taillight have been intact.
He's clearing up what Brennan tried to do. when
But
he was-
again, on the inside, because you didn't swab the inside, you had no evidence of DNA on the inside of the taillight, correct?
Correct. I did not swab the inside.
With regard to the, what we'll call the outside where you did swab as opposed to the inside where you didn't, you cannot define whether the DNA was to the upper right, to the outside of the taillight lens, or some other place in that area, correct?
No, I wouldn't be able to narrow down where on the external portion, external front. I mean, I didn't swab anything in the back that was attached to the vehicle. So anything in the external front, I would not be able to narrow down any further where, if any biological material was present, where it was recovered from, specifically on the external area.
You did not find any glass on the inside of the taillight, did you?
Are you referring to like loose pieces?
Any kind of glass at all?
I did not note anything unusual inside the taillight.
I'm speaking, thank you for that answer. I am speaking specifically about glass. You didn't find any glass on the inside of that taillight when you were at Sally Port for your entire inspection on February 1st, 2022, correct?
I'm just want to make sure that I understand your question. I didn't find anything that was not inherent to the taillight inside. I don't know what the taillight's made out of. So if there's a portion on the inside that's made out of glass, it may have been there. I didn't see anything that was out of place on the interior of the taillight.
Okay. So using your terms inherent, you mean by that something could have been on the inside of that taillight that was part of the taillight that could have been glass. But other than that, there's no what scientists call exogenous or outside glass or glass that doesn't belong as part of the taillight, correct?
I'm hesitant to answer that specific question. I don't perform glass analysis, so I just perform collection. So if there was something that apparently looked like glass that had been loose inside, is that's what you're referring to, I can answer that question.
Answer that question.
But I can't say specifically whether a material is glass.
I understand. My question is a basic one.
Okay.
Which is, you found no glass that would not be associated. Let me strike that. Did you ever observe in this taillight any glass as part of the taillight that's part of the taillight? Anything glass that you observed?
Again, I can't make the distinction on a material being glass, so I think the premise of the question I'm having difficulty answering.
Okay. So last part of the questioning, you didn't make any note that said you found glass inside of that taillight, correct?
I wouldn't make a note that something is glass inside a taillight because I can't draw a conclusion to what a material is, because that's just not part of the analysis I do.
And to wrap this part up, and then we can move on from this item, you didn't find any DNA on the inside of that taillight.
My analysis would not include DNA analysis because that is a different unit. So I can't answer that question.
To your knowledge, as you sit here today, is there any information from anybody that says that there's any DNA in that taillight?
I have no information of that.
Thank you. So what I want to do now is, if we can take that down, Mr. Wolk, I want to move on to what is sometimes referred to as touch DNA. I know you're familiar with that concept, right, Ms. Hartnett?
Yes, that's correct.
And what is, for the jurors' understanding, what is touch DNA?
When skin comes into contact with an item, potentially skin cells can be left behind, which is commonly referred to as touch DNA, when in essence it's these skin cells from the person being transferred to another object or item.
So is this a fair example that if I walk by the podium and brush my hand against it like that, I could very well leave touch DNA on that podium for what I just did? Okay.
So stand without more of a foundation for this witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. So is it possible for me, as I'm sitting here talking, based upon your knowledge, to leave touch DNA on this podium?
Same.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. Are you familiar with the process by which a person can leave touch DNA on the surface?
Yes, I commonly defer to biological material because that is what my expertise is in. Skin cells can be transferred to an item, and skin cells can potentially provide DNA.
So do palms of hands produce skin cells?
Yes, they are made of skin cells,
And
correct.
if a hand is on, for example, a podium, can there be a transfer of skin cells to the podium?
Yes, there can be.
And therefore, can the hands on a podium that have skin cells transfer DNA?
Yes, again, I'm not a DNA expert, but generally that would be the source, would be skin cells. Could be, yes.
You also indicated that you collected apparent glass from the rear bumper of the Lexus, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you use the term apparent glass, as I understand forensic science, because at the time you're not really sure what it is, right? So you use the word apparent glass, and you can't take away the apparent until there's a confirmation that it is glass, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Sorry, I keep yawning.
And on your direct examination, you went through a discussion, so I'm going to shortcut it a little bit, about apparent glass that you located on the rear bumper of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, with your permission, can we publish Exhibit 141, which is in evidence?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Wolf? Ms. Hartnett, I'm showing you what is Exhibit 141 in evidence. And I know you know this, and I know it's been discussed. Could you just give a brief summary of what is depicted in Exhibit 141?
This is a close-up of the right rear area of the bumper where I noted the pieces of apparent glass.
And you remember discussing this on your direct examination?
Yes.
Now, I just want to cover some basics with regard that weren't covered on the direct examination. You're a specially trained person, and that's how you get your forensic scientist 2 title, correct?
Yes, it means that I've gone through all of the training within the lab.
And all that training and all of those procedures are important and necessary because the collection of evidence is important, correct?
That is one of the reasons, correct?
And if those protocols aren't followed, then that can lead to incorrect conclusions, correct?
Depending on what portion of the protocol isn't followed, but yes, it's
But
possible.
certainly, at a minimum, it increases the risk for an incorrect conclusion or observation, correct?
Again, it depends on what part of the protocol isn't followed, but it's possible.
I assume it's therefore important to you that the protocols are followed so that the best result and the best collection and therefore the best analysis occurs, correct?
I make every effort to follow the protocols.
Is the quantity of the material you observe and collect also relevant, perhaps not to you, but to other persons in the investigation?
Yes, it can be.
And therefore, it's important not only to get the type of material correct, but to get the quantity correct.
In some instances, yes.
And with regard to your work on this vehicle on February 1st, do you recall discussing the collection, the observations you made with regard to the rear bumper?
did I discuss? I'm sorry, can you ask that question again, please?
On direct examination, you talked about glass on the rear bumper, correct?
Yes, apparent
You
glass.
talked about what you observed, you talked about what you put a sticker on, you talked about what you collected, you talked about the transport of it, correct?
That is correct.
And you put it in your notes and you talked about it on direct examination, I assume because it was an important part of the work that you did.
Yes, it was a piece of evidence that I collected, correct.
And therefore, it's important for you to have made correct observations and to make correct collection, correct?
Correct.
With your honor's permission, if we could publish Exhibit 133. If I could have a moment with Mr. Woke just to do this efficiently, Your Honor? Thank you.
Jurors, take a moment and stretch. I cannot stop yawning. I'm trying to hide it because I know it's contagious and somebody already told me to stop yawning. I'm trying.
With your honor's permission, if Mr. Woke, you could zoom in on the stickers, right?
Y'all, I said stretch and Tinsley stood up and stretched.
Ms. Hartnett, on your direct examination, you stated that there were 2 stickers and that there were therefore glass associated with each sticker, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So 2 stickers and glass associated with each sticker, correct?
Yes, correct.
Correct. C-R-E-K-T.
In fact, there's only 1 sticker, and the second sticker is merely a reflection of the first sticker, and therefore, you have doubled the stickers and you've doubled the amount of glass on the bumper. Can you see that? Can you determine that from the photo?
No, can I see the other photo, please?
Yes.
Okay.
So if we could, Your Honor, with your permission, go to Exhibit 133.
Okay.
You asked to see this one. Can you now make a determination, having seen both of them, whether there is in fact just 1 sticker and therefore 1 volume of glass associated with it?
No, I cannot. You're saying this is a reflection?
I can't testify,
Okay.
so I'm asking you.
Thank you. Thank you.
With your honor's permission, if we could go back to the other picture,
Okay.
and if you could zoom in. Do you see a reverse B in that picture?
I'm sorry, I didn't get that.
I'm sorry, a reverse B as in Bob?
No, could you zoom in on each of the stickers for me, please?
We'll do whatever you would like to do to answer the question, so.
Sure.
Hold on, I'm screenshotting this. All right, there's the first one.
And then if I could just see the other sticker, please.
Absolutely.
This is like a,
Yes, I believe that is a reverse B, correct?
And doesn't that mean that it's a mere reflection and that there's only 1 sticker that you put on, and therefore only 1 volume of glass associated with 1 sticker?
Can you say that question again? I can't hear you.
I'm sorry, I will stay by the microphone. Is this microphone
Yes, yeah.
picking up? So therefore, can you now conclude, because of the reflection and because of the reverse B, that there is only in actuality, and there was only in actuality, 1 sticker and 1B, and therefore 1 volume of glass associated with this bumper.
I don't know specifically that it's a reflection. It's not unusual for me to use the same letter on a sticker if I'm going to collect the items of evidence together. So if I had written it, on top or on the bottom of the scale on one of them and on the top of the scale on the other one, that is a possibility.
It's
difficult for me to tell by this picture. What I can tell you is that all the items of glass or apparent glass that were present on the bumper were collected together.
Let's see.
So I can't say specifically by looking at this photo whether I just label 2 separate areas to make the photo show the pieces better or if it is a reflection. I can't say.
So from what we just went through, we're not able to tell that that is a reflection and therefore a duplication. Is that correct?
Sustained.
Do you have any doubt whether there is a reflection on the photo that is on the screen at this moment? Do you have any doubt?
Oh, I would say it could be a possibility, yes.
Right. So you have doubt.
Sustained.
So you believe it's a possibility.
Yes, correct.
Is it more than a possibility?
Sustained.
Hold on, I'm blowing it up and flipping it.
You would agree that it's important to have the accurate answer to that question, correct?
I think that, yes, obviously understanding and knowing exactly what I'm looking at is important, but it would not.
Okay, hold on. Look. Okay, I put them together on here. Oh my goodness gracious. Look. I put them together on here and look, you can see. Hold on. Oh my goodness. What is happening? Hold on. Try that. Move, Brandi. There we go. Okay, look, I put it on here. Look, you see how like there's like more ink right here and there's more ink right here. And it's like the top of the line comes here and then kind of comes down a little bit. That does look, I mean, it looks like a reflection to me. So that's pretty impressive. Alessi, that's pretty impressive.
Not change what I would have collected and how I would have labeled it.
So with regard to what others might do and conclude from that, it could be important to them, correct? Let's go to we can go back to the none of these pieces of apparent glass were embedded in the bumper, correct?
No, they were resting on the bumper.
So by not being embedded and just resting on the bumper, you therefore did not make a notation that they were embedded in your notes. You just put that they were on the bumper, correct?
That's correct.
And sort of as we're elaborating here, you're elaborating, they were just, as your words, they were just resting on the bumper.
Correct.
Just taking a rest. Just resting.
If we could, if I may confer with Mr. Wolk on the video.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do you need the lights on to do it?
10 seconds. Thank you for that opportunity, Your Honor. If we could go to Exhibit 124, Mr. Wolk, and with Your Honor's permission, if we could publish it.
Yeah.
Ms. Hartnett, there had been various weather before February 1st in the area. Is that correct? You testified to that somewhat on direct examination.
Yes, that's correct.
And are you able to discern from what is on the screen now that there is some type of precipitation that is on the back window of the lift gate of the vehicle?
Yes.
And is that consistent with what you observed when you were in the Sally Port on February 1st?
I don't believe I observed the precipitation on the back of the vehicle by the time I arrived.
But does this refresh your recollection as to whether there was, in fact, that precipitation on the vehicle at that time?
Can you ask it differently so you need it clearer?
Yes. Do you recall when you were at the Sally Port on February 1st, any precipitation on the rear window of the liftgate of the SUV?
No, I do not recall.
And does this depiction refresh your recollection on that point?
I'll allow that. Does it?
No, I don't recall seeing any precipitation on the vehicle, and I don't know when that photo was taken, so that does not refresh my memory of that instance.
Is there a date of January 29th, 2022 on that photo? And we can enlarge it if that would help. And again, this is in evidence. Do you see what is at the bottom of the photo?
I do.
Now, if we could play, with your Honor's permission, this video. And if we could stop it at certain points, Mr. Wolk, that would be helpful. May we, Your Honor?
Okay.
Thank you. If you could wait, Mr. Wolk, until the sirens pass. Mr. Wolk, if you can go back just and wait until the sirens pass, please.
So many sirens.
Thank you. I think they passed.
Auntie Bev, can you ask that differently so it looks better for the Commonwealth?
If you could accelerate it just a little bit, Mr. Wolk, without overly accelerating all that's happening.
Look at that good quality video.
And accelerate it a little bit more.
This is 1:29:22,
And that's good.
10 p.m.
And if you could bring, yes,
10 p.m.
thank you. We could have the lights on and take that down, please. Can you describe what you just saw?
Whatever the white material was present on the back of the vehicle was falling off
And where was it falling onto?
the ground.
And did it hit anything before the ground? For example, did it hit the bumper before it hit the ground?
I didn't take note of that.
That was on January 29th, 2022. You were at the Sallyport on February 1st, 2022, correct?
That's correct.
So that occurs on January 29. You come to the Sallyport on February 1st, yet there is glass on the bumper on February 1st that, as you have described it, is just perched on the bumper, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you know generally where Dighton, Massachusetts is?
Yes.
The little hair that could.
Do you know where, and you obviously know where Canton is?
Yes.
How far away would you say Dighton is from Canton?
Time-wise, maybe 30 to 45 minutes.
And therefore, roughly, if someone were to go the speed limit, around 30 minutes away?
Sure.
Not holding you to any exact time, just generally. Your notes indicate that the vehicle was recovered from Dighton, the one we've been talking about, the Lexus, and towed back to Canton and placed in the Sallyport garage at the Canton PD before you started your examination, correct?
That's correct.
And you were made aware before your inspection or examination on February 1st of 2022 that the alleged incident in this case took place in Canton, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So you knew you were looking at this vehicle, when you were looking at this vehicle and doing your examination, that the vehicle, by definition, as to what we had just covered,
Crawford.
Went from Canton to Dighton and then towed back from Dighton back to Canton, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So it ends up back in Canton after that journey, correct?
Yes, that's where I examined it, correct.
So, as I understand your notes, the glass pieces that were just perched on the bumper would have traveled about 60 miles before you saw them?
Is that what you're saying?
No.
Well, when do you believe the glass appeared on the bumper, if you know?
I don't know when the apparent glass appeared on the bumper.
So you believe it's possible that the apparent glass appeared on the bumper after January 29, 2022?
Sustained.
Do you know the weather conditions that were in the area? We talked about it earlier, you talked about it on direct. In the general time of January 29th of 2022?
Yes, I do.
Do you know when the vehicle took its journey that we talked about, Canton, Dighton, back to Canton? Do you know what day that occurred?
No, I do not.
Would it have, let's assume it was on January 29th, okay?
Yes, okay.
For purposes of my questioning. Do you know what the weather was, including wind speed, on January 29th?
No, I do not. I know general weather conditions. Sorry.
You knew generally, but not specifically, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to publish Exhibit 60 in evidence.
Okay.
And if you could go through to the top, Mr. Woke, of the title first. If you could go before that to the very, very top title in the center, so Ms. Hartnett can see what Okay.
Climate
And then
wonderful.
if you could now go down to the part of the document that would show the date and then go from left to right for Ms. Hartnett, please, and the jury.
This is Snow Pappy's job, but we'll allow it.
And show which column go up above what the 29 relates to. And if you now then can proceed to the yellow line and go over to and hit the relevant categories. Thank you. So we have a 15.7. If you could now go up vertically as to what that number relates to. And can you highlight what it relates to? And if you could now go down to and go up above 1, just above the average, is to yellow highlight what's above the column up above average speed.
Wind.
Yes. Okay, if you now can go down to the respective columns at the bottom for January 29th.
So the average and peak wind speed.
Do you see those two numbers, Ms. Hartnett?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection at all about the average wind speed and gusts of wind that were occurring on January 29th of 2022?
I have no firsthand knowledge of what the wind speed specifically was in those dates.
So if we could go back to Mr. Wolk, the exhibit with regard to glass on the bumper of the vehicle that. So these are your observations on February 1st. And we've talked about the journey that the vehicle went on. You talked generally about the weather.
So, try and ask a question without too much.
I understand. Understood, Your Honor. Thank you.
I love Alessi.
In your experience as a forensic scientist too, is it possible for glass that is perched on a bumper to travel 60 miles and be subject to average wind speeds of 15.7 and still remain on the bumper? Objection.
So it's sustained without a proper foundation.
Understood. Have you ever had experience with analyzing glass on any surface, an outdoor surface, and correlating that glass to weather conditions to make a determination as to the likelihood that glass could be or not be in a certain place on a certain date and time? Have you ever done that?
No.
Based upon what you know about this case, just based upon what you know, and from your role as a forensic scientist too only, do you believe that information would be relevant to your role as a forensic scientist too?
Sustained.
How did you recover the glass? What tool did you use to recover the glass on the bumper?
Tweezers.
How difficult or easy was it for you to take the glass off that bumper with, did you say tweezers?
Yes, that's correct.
How hard or easy was it for you to remove those pieces of glass with tweezers?
It was not difficult.
So it was easy.
Yes, correct.
It would be
You can take
for
that down, Mr. Wolf.
37 mile an hour wind.
Moving on to another category, Ms. Hartnett. You testified on direct examination that you located an apparent hair on the rear right quarter panel of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And again, we say apparent hair for the reasons we've discussed. You didn't know at the time, so you use the word apparent, and you don't take away the apparent until testing confirms it's hair, correct?
Correct.
So the apparent hair was not sitting on the horizontal bumper, but it was on a vertical portion of the panel. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's the quarter panel, right?
Yes.
And that's a smooth surface, right?
Yes.
That hair wasn't secured to that panel, was it?
No.
That's why I have questions.
It in fact wasn't secured in any way on that quarter panel, correct?
That's correct.
It wasn't taped?
No.
It wasn't glued? It wasn't stapled?
No.
Not stapled.
It was not affixed in any way whatsoever?
Correct.
No, it was not.
You found this apparent hair at the same time you found the glass pieces on the bumper, correct?
In the same general time, yes, that's correct.
When you say same general time, it was just one day you were there, correct?
Yes.
The range of time wasn't that broad, was it, correct?
No, it was not correct.
What was the range of time between finding one versus the other?
I don't know specifically. I was there for approximately 2 hours, so within that time period.
So within just 2 hours, you found the pieces of glass and the apparent hair, and within that time, you did your examination, you made your notes, all of that done within just 2 hours.
Yes, that's correct.
You remember the journey we talked about of the vehicle that you spoke about with regard to Canton, Dighton, Canton? You recall that?
Yes, I do.
So do you know whether, do you have any knowledge whether that hair was part of that journey? Do you have any knowledge?
I do not.
Everybody go check your cars and see if there's any hair on your car. Not in, because Lord knows mine is everywhere, but on the outside.
Do you know when the hair was deposited on the vehicle?
No.
Was it easy or hard to take off the apparent hair from that quarter panel?
It was easy. Again, I picked it up with a pair of tweezers.
Didn't give you any resistance?
No.
Could you reenact that, please?
With your honor's permission, I would like us to look at a depiction of the hair. May I, your honor?
What exhibit number?
It is, I believe we're going to start with 144B.
Okay.
My mama texted me. She said she noticed her cheeks got
And if
red.
you could zoom in, please, Mr. Wolf, for the jury and for Ms. Hartnett. Do you still have a laser pointer, Ms. Hartnett?
Yes, sir.
Could you kindly use that and draw a circle around the apparent hair?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to refer to that as a J shape. Is that a fair description of it, or do you have a better description of it?
I see two ends of the hair and an arch, so I'm going to say more of like a C shape.
Okay, so you would refer to that as a C shape?
Correct.
And would that be a reverse C,
Inverted, if you will.
then, if it's a C shape?
In that picture, it's difficult to tell if the ends are making contact or if they're coming off the vehicle. So I'm not sure.
Whatever way you would describe it, a letter or shape, because then what I'm going to do, just, it's not a trick here, but
Yeah.
I'm just going to show you another picture of it, of that hair that might be in a different location or different shape. So I want to give a contrast. So whatever term you want to use that's fair to you.
So I think it looks like a C. I can't say, I don't, It could also be like a U. I'm not sure which way the ends are facing from this perspective.
Can you once again, just so we're clear and the jury's clear, just draw a circle around it again, what you're talking about, and we won't give it a name, right? We'll just do the contrast. Right.
Okay.
So if I were to just say there looks like there might be a little hook at the top and then there's a vertical line, is that a fair description?
Okay, here's the other one.
Okay, so can we go with that? A little hook at the top and then a straight or a line, that vertical line that comes down?
Sure.
And that hook is orienting left, correct? Of the vertical line, it's to the left of the vertical line?
Yes, I do see it from this perspective to the left. That's correct.
Okay, very good. And that's the apparent hair.
Yes.
And you only saw or found one apparent hair, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, if we could, Mr. Wolk,
Screenshotting for
now
the
go
spreadsheet,
to
because I know where
Exhibit
he's going with this.
144A. And if you could zoom in on that for Ms. Hartnett and the jury's benefit.
And also the Crime Junkie Jurors benefit.
Could you draw a circle now around the apparent hair?
Today's testimony is brought to you.
Thank you. And
by the letter.
isn't that apparent hair now
Or lower.
oriented almost 180 degrees, the opposite, with the hook orienting right?
The photo's taken from a different angle, so do you see the hook are you talking about the hook at the top? Looks now, it appears to be on the right, but I can't, they're taken from different angles, sure.
How do you know they're taken from different angles? Did you take the picture?
No.
Are you speculating that it's taken from a different angle?
I mean, I'd have to see them side by side, but it's just the orientation of the,
I can help
my
you.
marking. Can you put them up side by side?
Absolutely.
Okay,
If that would be helpful to you answering questions, happy to do it.
potentially,
One
yes,
step
thank
ahead
you.
of you. One step ahead of you. I have them side by side.
Maybe we zoom in if possible to each one so we get.
It's
Would that be
the
helpful?
same board.
Side by side of this?
I mean, even from the overalls, I can tell that they're
All right,
taken.
Let's start with the overall first, that you would like, and then we can, okay. Is that where you wanted to start?
Yes, just by looking at those, to me, it looks like one is from slightly to the side of the vehicle and one is more directly head on.
Right, so one's slightly to the side and the other's a little bit more head-on, but that's the only difference, correct? It's
Yes.
still the same from top to bottom, it's still the same from side to side, it's the same orientation, correct?
The vehicle didn't move, but the camera angle is different in both pictures. That's what I was saying in the other one. So the camera angle is different. One is, the one camera angle appears for who's ever taken the photo to be standing off to the right of the vehicle. The second photo looks like it's more directly head on.
The 570 is oriented the same way in both pictures, correct? You see the 570?
Yes, yes.
On the left, and you see the 570 on the right, correct?
Yes, I do.
They're same orientation, right?
They're in the
For
same
570.
location on the vehicle, but I don't think they're at the same orientation. I think one looks,
If you could, I want to make sure you finish, but if you could just, my questions are rather narrow.
Okay.
And then if you need more time to answer them, I'm happy to do that.
So let's just ask the questions.
Yes, thank you, Ron. So isn't the 570 in each picture oriented the exact same way?
if you could just explain what you mean by oriented. I think that's where I'm confused.
They're the same, you can read the 570 horizontally. It's the same horizontal plane, correct? It's the same straight across, like one doesn't have the 570 upside down. You can read it from left to right, a 5, a 7, and a 0, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Now, if we can, Mr. Woke, now zoom in and get the largest depiction of each one from a zoom in. Are you saying the difference in how that hair appears is from a different camera angle?
No, I'm not making that conclusion. I'm just saying I can't make I can't make any other conclusion because they're from different angles. I don't feel that I can compare the two.
Is it possible that the hair moved when someone took a photograph?
Can you answer that question?
Again, I just can't make that conclusion because I didn't take the photo and the photos look like they're from different angles.
In your experience, you've taken samples many times of apparent hair, correct?
Have I taken samples
Yes.
such as that? Yes, that's correct.
Has it ever happened that when you're taking a sample, the photographer or someone breathes on it and the apparent hair moves? Does that ever happen?
I'll allow that.
I've never had firsthand experience with that, so that if somebody breathes on an item of evidence, that would be something I would note.
Other than, and is it correct that you're speculating as to what could be causing this difference? Are you speculating?
Sustained. I'd like to see counsel at sidebar for a couple of minutes, please.
Tinsley is riveted with this testimony. Tinsley's like, did you say that there's hair on something? I get hair on everything. I want to know all about this. Isn't that right? You get hair on everything. I know, me too. Same girl, same. They are probably about to call it a day. So I'm guessing Maureen Hartnett will be back tomorrow. The hair is problematic. The thing is, the hair and the glass. So all that stuff he just went through, he's basically going through all of the foundational elements to be like, y'all, this makes no sense. The wind is like, there's wind gusts of like 37 miles an hour. The average on the day is what, 15 point something or other, almost 16, 15.7. There's a journey that the car takes to Dighton and back in a blizzard. And then we have the Sallyport video where he's playing it. And it's really hard to see because the video is terrible quality, but you can see where the snow that was on it is melting. So of course, as it's melting, it's like melting. It's melting. Anyway, it's melting, and then it falls on the bumper, and then from the bumper, it melts onto the ground. So when they're like, oh, we found glass on the bumper. Okay, but where did it come from? Because it wasn't just there perched on the bumper. You found glass on the bumper a couple days later, but we don't know where it came from. You found a hair on the quarter panel, but where'd it come from? All of that, you know how like when snow is melting, have you seen snow melt on a car? It like falls in sheets off of the car. So we just don't know where it came from.
Mr. Wolf? Your Honor, with the court's permission.
Sure, you can put it back up on the screen.
Thank you.
That's Dev's motto. The hair apparent, the apparent hair, the hair apparent.
Thank you for your patience, Ms. Hartnett. Do you have any explanation that you're certain of with regard to those two depictions?
Regarding what, sir? I'm sorry.
The two depictions that are up on the screen.
Do I have any explanation of what?
Of those two depictions that you're certain of.
Those are both a depiction of the same apparent hair that I collected from the vehicle.
Thank you.
All right, so turn on the lights, please. Jurors, I'm told with counsel this is a good place to break. So we're going to break for today. Please, those same cautions, do not discuss this case with anyone. Do not do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. Please be very careful with your social media. We'll see you tomorrow. Ms. Hartnett, we need you back tomorrow as well.
Okay, thank you.
So you can walk out at the end.
Please follow me. Please rise to the jury.
Ms. Hartnett's like, great. Great. Disregard.
Yes, can I see counsel at sidebar while the jury's filing out, please?
Disregard. Was this hair info in trial 1? Yes, it was. But that whole Uno flip reverse thing with the glass, that was not. Like a Columbo moment. Of course we're breaking for the day. Of course. Yeah, you can't always get DNA from the hair if the root isn't present. So they had to, okay, so they, the hair, how many times did we hear Bodie Labs during the last trial? Over and over and over and over and over. What was it, day 19, 18, day something or other? Hold on, let me see. BRB, let me check. 24, I don't know. I just make stuff up in my head, apparently. I don't think it was either of those days. When was it? Oh, here it is. Nope, that's not it. Yep, that is. I just argue with myself sometimes. Ignore me. Day 24, they talked about the Bodie Lab stuff. So they received, Bodie Technology received the apparent hair. And then the hair was below the limit of detection. There were potentially small amounts there of DNA, but not enough for them to process for the STS testing. So they decided to do the mitochondrial testing. So the mitochondrial testing is different. It's like if there's no hair root, then a lot of times they'll try to do the mitochondrial testing to see if they can get anything. So they ended up sending it to do that. And then they said that Tess Chart from Bodie Labs testified and said that the hair was checked through the database, able to exclude 99.895% of the population. Mitochondrial DNA from the hair was consistent with John O'Keefe. He cannot be excluded. So. And Parker says, I haven't seen any evidence that has actually proven anything, right? I do argue with myself. Doesn't it basically destroy the evidence when you do that? Like you only get one shot at each. Yeah, the mitochondrial DNA testing is destructive. And they went back and forth about that in pretrial hearings. There was a lot of litigation over that. Can someone explain the glass situation? I missed it and so did. Which part? Because we've had a few glass situations. Which part did y'all miss? Marie Moss has our official stats for the day. 4 witnesses, 6 sidebars, 29 objections. And the highlight of the day, hot mic moment. Yeah, Bev, we heard it. If they had concrete evidence, I doubt they would have done mitochondrial analysis. They were grasping at straws. They've tried to do everything they can to find evidence. Oh, the Uno flip reverse glass situation. So Alessi had the picture that has the glass on the bumper, and there's like a sticker, and then you can see the glass like right here that has the sticker, and he's talking about multiple pieces of glass that were collected there, and he said, he points out, he's like, isn't this a reflection? This is not two pieces of glass, two different stickers, two pieces of evidence. This is a reflection. So it's all the same. It's like both from the same piece. And that's not something that anybody ever noticed before. You can always tell when Alessi's about to have a big moment because he gets really quiet and he enunciates, like he overly enunciates. How many of John's hair were found in the passenger seat? Probably a bazillion. I know mine are everywhere.
Where I was assigned, sir?
Yes.
Maynard.
Maynard, okay.
I'll find this. I see all y'all asking for the hot mic moment again. I will rewind it. This is the last time we're rewinding to the hot mic moment because the time on it keeps changing because we're live. And
Where I was assigned, sir?
Yes.
then I have to try to find
Maynard.
it again.
Maynard, okay. Not?
Yes, I did.
And that was because
And jurors, I'm going to ask you to strike that question, disregard.
I need to be heard at sidebar.
I will hear you.
Right there. All right, listen carefully. I'm going to do it again because y'all are going to say, do it again. So I'm going to do it again.
Did Michael Proctor reveal to you that he and Kevin Albert had socialized together by drinking alcohol in his cruiser?
Sustained and jurors, I'm going to ask you to strike that question, disregard.
I need to be heard at sidebar.
I will hear you.
Says it right after she says, I will hear you. Good times. Good times. I think that's it for today. She said it sounds like she called him an a-hole. Totally normal. Tomorrow, we still have Spinny Fan. So I've got it on here just in case there's anything else but I think it's going away now. But I'm leaving it on just in case. Oh, we've got Luncheon Recess on here. Look, I swapped things and my banners come up. I hope that was entered on the record. It's in the mic. That would be really funny if it was. If that was in the record. All the internet heard it. Everybody out here on these internet streets heard it, and it's going to be everywhere. She'll only hear if the jury heard it. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the main thing. The jury can't hear it. Can't make this stuff up. Yeah, we're done for the day. We now have the spinny wheel where they are disconnecting the feed. So that's it for the day. Yeah, I have a long drive ahead of me. So I am going to get out of here so I can get the recap video done so I can get on the road. I think the jury heard it though, and that's why maybe. I don't know. It's crazy. All right, y'all. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you. I appreciate it. I will see y'all tomorrow bright and early. We will be back at 9 a.m. And I'll be at the condo tomorrow. So you'll have Lucy Cam. You won't have Zoo Crew Cam, but you'll have Lucy Cam. And good times. Thank you. I appreciate y'all hanging out. Today was a day. Today was day, 15? And we still have not heard any information about how John O'Keefe died or how his injuries line up. Crazy, huh? All right, y'all. I appreciate you. I will see y'all bright and early tomorrow. Get your beauty rest. Get some sunshine, and I will see y'all tomorrow.